Hello, everyone. Welcome to the European Unity League. Now broadcasting soon the Polish national championship, where we have 60 players battling for the top 8 great prizes that we are showing you here. We have 8 invites for the European Magic Cup happening soon in the spring of 2026. The winner of today's tournament is also winning this amazing bio-altered art from Shivan Art. There are some really cool participation tokens for Eldrazi spawns, and also some heavy play merchandising for the top 16 players. So without further ado, we are going to give you the first match of today. We have 2 players here now, which are, if I don't butcher their names, Fleebskuria, well, I guess I will butcher their names. I'll go by the easier names, and Hubert, I'll stay there. We are now live on Twitch and YouTube. You can also follow our social media platforms, also on Instagram, and you can also chat with us through the messages. We will be trying to hear you out there, and yeah, let's start to see what are these players up for. So there is some glare. Trying to understand what we have here. We have a Bladesteinmeyer now being cracked. So is that Kamigawa Mountain? Kind of looks like it. Okay, these nationals are now taking place in Warsaw, in Poland. And if your home country doesn't have a national circuit yet, we would recommend you to share the word with your local tournament organizers, your LGSs, and get in contact with the European Unity League, because this is a great project that is spreading all over Europe. And next year you could, if there is no league in your country, you could have it next year. So it looks like we have a Hollow 1 cast turn 1. I see 2, at the very least, 2 Street Wraiths, and a Rumble from the Steal Some Glare. I see a Bauble. So just give me a moment here to try to understand. Okay, an island. I will try to get a better glance at what we are seeing here now. Hollow 1. Okay. We have some surveilling commercial district. Does look like it is a Song of Creation deck on our left side. So shocking a Blood Crypt. So it looks like we have a Jund Hollow 1. Burning Inquiry being cast. Both players draw 3 and they will randomly discard 3. So players are choosing them manually. We have what looks like a lightning bolt, a raucous theater, and something else. Then another 3, Tamio being discarded, Song of Creation being discarded, and a Mox Opal. Okay, oh, that's Wako, the shark, I suppose. It got some 3 counters. The new, excuse me, the new hasty card that you can pay 2 life with warp from the Dragonstorm set. We have a construct being made. Okay, so that's a lightning bolt, B4 blockers. Okay, so we have like Urza Saga onto an island and something else, and damage. Does our friend block here with the spawn? I think it's thinking, because we have at least 4. The shark is another 4, I think. 8 and 2, 10. We are being attacked for 10. Okay. Yeah, there's a jump block there. This is, yeah, okay. It's being warped. Let me try to see the name of that card, because I forgot. Okay, Saga on 3. He is thinking, he makes a construct, searching. Opal maybe, yeah, we have an opal coming. And will that be enough though? Another island, 1, 2. 2 more artifacts could trade with a hollow one, but there's still well, 2 cards in hand. The Wako can be really hard to deal with. Preemptive Tormod's Crit from the Urza Saga is a good pick. We have a Mox Ember offline, but it turns our opal online, so and the construct is now a 4/4. It will have to jump, I would suspect at the very least. Oh, we have a flashback Faithless Looting. That's gonna be a big shark incoming. Warp and life. Let me see the name of that card. Timeline Cutter, that's the one we have in the warp zone. So he can he still has access to that one, although maybe not this turn because low life. Another hollow one, yeah. So, and we have 2 root wallas that were, I believe, just discarded from the, and that's a repeal. Oh, repeal on the shark. Okay, okay, nice. That saves him a little bit of time. And I think he 1, 2, 3, 4. He shouldn't trade it hollow one, because next turn at least it takes 1. I suppose, I mean the construct would be a bigger next turn. Yeah, we are taking 4. And we have Song of Creation. Okay, let's see, is he popping off? So that's an explosives, I think. Draw 2. Ottawa, I think. And there's a dice in there, I suppose, to represent the first land drop for the turn. Now Tamio Ember can now repeal Mox Opal. trigger to draw 2, then draw 1. Oh, this might be game. Opal, draw 2. Another Amber, Legend Rule, draw 2. I love this deck. This is so nice to play. And it's really nice to see it pop off. It's now. I wouldn't say you would lose next turn. I don't know if the life totals are accurate because I thought he had taken 4 from the Olivine. Hollow one. So, floating mana and another repeal. Draw 2. Draw. Opal back. Recast. Draw 2. Bobble. Draw 2. If you if you are unfamiliar with this deck, basically now he's gonna chain a bunch of zero cost artifacts to keep drawing his deck. He can finish it off with a Grape Shot, which usually there's what's that? An Opal. Grape Shot for the amount of spells he has been casting this turn. Although there are some lists that are now adding the munitions enchantment, so you can at some point just cast the munitions and keep recasting everything that you've been seeing so far. Shifting Woodland as a second land for a turn. And you might think, yeah, what is if he decks him out? Usually they have access to at least 1 endurance in the deck, so they just need to be careful not to... So that they just have to be careful that if the last card in the deck is the actual card they are looking for, that they can draw into that one before... Well, they have to endurance before a trigger to draw 2 from Song of Creation happens. He's now casting 6 and representing that all the lands will allow him to keep casting Opals over and over again. Yep, so he's retracing a Mox Opal, drawing 2. Now counting the deck. Looks like he has just 3 cards, so now he has to find access to those. So I would say, because he has engineered explosives, that he's on the munitions tech. This is tricky though. So I think he needs to endurance now. He's retracing, basically casting another Mox Opal, drawing 2. So it looks like he has 2 more. Endurance evoked, of course, it has to be now. Pitching a green card, he's drawing 2. He can order that it dies before the evoke trigger actually happens, so that's what he did exactly. That's the best way because he can keep having access to it. Shuffling it to the bottom, and I think he still has 1 card on top. So now, yeah, he has 1 card on the top. We haven't seen munitions yet. But, oh, there's a Jace. Okay, Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, he's showing it. That he's gonna just ramp enough blue mana into casting Jace over and over, and then he's gonna win with Jace's passive ability, which basically mills target player for 2, and then he draws a card, and if he has no cards in his library, he wins the game, basically. And our opponent can't do much other than just sit and look. He's basically just chaining retraced opals and going up on mana and drawing cards. Retracing, yeah, he's discarding a land to retrace Mox Opal, floating it, just shortcutting, drawing 2. Then he's now casting Jace, Wielder of Mysteries and drawing 2. Retracing another Opal. That shortcut kind of looked like he retraced another one. There's no problem actually. There's the passive. He doesn't even need to. So yeah, he retraces a Mox Opal. He's about to draw 2. Can only draw 1, but doesn't lose the game because he has Jace's passive ability, which actually wins him the game. So we have players now going to sideboards. We unfortunately do not have access to the deck lists today, but I can try to see what were the latest decks from these decks. I would suspect... Or can I see something from his hand? Bit hard. I would suspect, well, being an Urza Saga deck, Song of Creation can have some, maybe Grafdigger's Cage, another Tormod script for sure, I think, because it's always good in the meta against, well, as a graveyard hate piece. So he might have that. Hollow One, I've played the deck, but some time ago. Let me try to see what sideboard would that list have. I remember some lists would play excuse me, some lists would play Leyline of the Void, so that could be an option, although I'm not sure if that's what the list is still playing. Hollow One, let me see if I can find. At the same time, Meltdown could be a good option. Then Magebane Lizard, it's also a great option. Basically, they cannot go off with Magebane Lizard in play, otherwise they will just die. Fairy Macabre. Fairy Macabre could be good at some point, especially if on a Rumble turn Jace is milled or something, or no, Endurance would never hit the graveyard, I think, unless they also bring a second Endurance. But Fairy Macabre could be a good option. Pretty hard to counter these days, the activation of discarding it and exiling 2 cards from graveyards. It can maybe still not be enough, because if well played, they can try to sandbag the key cards they need to win if they are expecting some sideboard hate like that. But then, yeah, we have Magebane Lizard and Meltdown as a great, although, well, Magebane is definitely the best. Meltdown could be good at slowing down, especially because it's a deck that will want to cast Song of Creation at the very least a turn earlier, on turn 3, with some RAM from a Spawn or Moxen, and otherwise it's a tiny bit too slow. So Meltdown can buy a turn, also dealing with the constructs, because as Breach was a great deck, this deck can also just do the same thing and not win with Song of Creation and just get a lot of constructs. So I would see Meltdown being a good card boarded in if this player has it in their sideboard. So we have some shuffling going on, trying to understand who is who. I would say Philip is probably the Song of Creation player, or not. I will try to get you that information soon. So yeah, if you are just tuning in, this is mid round for the second, from the first game of the national championship in Poland, where players are battling for 8 invites to the European Magic Cup, and of course this amazing Bayou altered by Shivan art. Some amazing Spawn tokens. They are foil in when you see it here, of course, it's non-foil, it's in your screen, but in real life, these tokens are really beautiful. That really cool looking, prize as well, trophy, I mean, and some heavy play merchandising. So players are now starting the game 2 of round 1. I believe there was a mulligan from our left player, which, if my theory is correct, it is Philip. He's the winner of the first game, piloting Song of Creation. Yeah, it looks like it is mulligan to 6, and we have, oopsie, we have Jund Hollow Vine, I would say. That's another guy of turn 1. We start with, ooh, nice. Is that, oh, Emery turn 1. Ooh, that's a powerful play. Emery turn 1. Excuse me. What is that? We have no lands, but Mox Opal, Mox Ember, Bauble into Emery. I see a... what is that? I would say, is it that a Fairy Macabre? No. Oh, extractions. Oh, surgical extraction. Oh, that's excuse me. That is really strong. We have a surgical extraction on the milled Song of Creation from Emery. Yeah, that's a bit devastating. At the very least, he can try always to well, go for constructs. I believe that's the only way. Yeah, I don't think he can do anything else other than that. So yeah, although he his last card in hand is let me try to get it back again. He only has one card in hand. It was not a land, so he has to find Urza Sagas now. We have a Bloodstained Mire into a Burning Inquiry. So that Nethergoyf is also going to start to grow. Both players drawing 3, discarding 3 at random. I believe he's choosing 1, 2, 3, 4 random. He could just choose the one he keeps, but he's rolling the dice. So, he's choosing the one he keeps. Tormod's Crypt, a Malevolent Tremble, and something else. And now we have the discarded cards. An Arena of Glory, a Goblin Lore, and a Wako something. I forgot the name again, sorry. This shark. Oh, Hollow One hits play for free. Okay. Nethergoyf goes to combat. It looks like we have a sorcery creature land at 3/8, I think. Emery. Emery doesn't have much. I guess, yeah, there was a bauble in the end step, I believe, and that's probably what Emery has to play here. Back to 3 cards in hand. He really needs to find those Urza Sagas, otherwise, Surveil land into the graveyard. We have Emery activating for a bubble. I see another Emery in his hand. Okay. Looking at the top card and passing and drawing in their upkeep. There's a cracked Bloodstained Mire in the end step. Most likely for a Surveil land. Yep. The district, green, red, Surveil land. If he finds a Phoenix, it will boost the clock quite a lot. Upkeep, draw from bubble, and then draw, crack Bloodstained Mire for another land. We have a mountain fetched. 14, 16 are the life totals. hollow one, and I believe a 3/4 Nethergoyf. No possible blocks. Is that another Burning Inquiry? No, Bolt Emery. Just to... oh, so now we have an instant as well, so we are attacking for 8, I believe. And yeah, I don't think there's a way to come back from here, because even a Saga... yeah, and we have a Scoop. Saga would be too late now, as we have a 2-turn clock. I believe he did have a Emery in hand as well, but he would need to top deck Saga, cast Emery for chump blocking, still taking another 4, and then, yeah, not even much enough artifacts to create a good surviving construct. So the construct would probably be a 4/4 as well, so trading, yeah, it was a bit unlucky. We had mulligan to 6 into a surgical extraction. It was quite hard. So if this player is on surgical extraction, most likely forget what I said about Fairy Macabre. Just mentioning some cards that could be in their sideboard. But yes, surgical extraction is of course a great card in this matchup, because there's a lot of milling, regardless, either from Malevolent Rumble, Emery, and their own Burning Inquiry. So really strong card against Song of Creation deck. We are going now to game 3 from round 1. Players are just shuffling. There was a couple, I think another 1 or 2 cards changed from the Hollow One player. Maybe one of those, yeah, on the play, use these, on the draw, use that. Sometimes there are some key differences on what you want to keep or not. So let's see. Do you have any ideas, any any favorites for this match? Comment on our streams, on our chat, or yeah, or just keep it for yourself. So we have a is that a turn 1 Tamio with the breeding pool chalked. Turn 1 Tamio is quite good, because at the very least a Burning Inquiry on turn 1 would flip Tamio and get something going. What do we have? Is that an unholy hit, or is it alternative art for the Ghost Vacuum? Kind of looks like a Ghost Vacuum. Let me try to see. Ghost Vacuum. Yeah, I would say so. Looks like the... yeah, I think, yeah, I would say that's a Ghost Vacuum. So we have a fetch land. Excuse me. Not as effective as any other, well, surgical extraction at the very least, but still decent. Because because it can still snap some. We have a Tamio flipped from what was it? A bauble in the end step into something, into a clue, I would say. Yeah, so taking out the bauble, at the very least, it takes out these good cards that can no longer be recast from Emery. So it's not that it's a bad card, it's just a different usage. We have Faithless Looting, I believe, cast, and a Street Wraither is already cycled, so all the ones might be cast. That's what... is it that a Root Wall alternative art? No. Burning Inquiry being discarded. Land for turn is a Swamp and a Nethergoyf. We have a land creature sorcery, I believe. as the player puts them, their kind of splits a little bit their graveyard piles. So it looks like there's 4 creature types there, although yeah, one of those I'm not recognizing as a different card type. So now our Song of Creation player is untapping, cracking a Misty Rainforest. It looks like I saw a Mox Opal in their hands, so Tamu is flipped, and we have a Flame of Anor dealing 5 damage to Nethergoyf. Tamu wasn't yet upticked, or was it? Did he forgot, or maybe he did it before I actually noticed? What is that's another alternative art. Yeah, if you're like me, I do hate those alternative art cards that Wizards is doing now for players, even worse for casters. I don't understand what. Is it a Magus of the Moon, maybe? No, I don't. I wouldn't see a Magus of the Moon on a Mard or on a Jund list, though. We have an Emery being cast, and Opal having reduced it. There was a turn. Sorry, there was a turn there where I kind of lost track. Mox. No. Bobble being cast. Emery. We have Opal offline, it looks like, and Tamu is ticking up. It looks like Tamu is on 8 counters already. So, is it ready to ultimate? I think so. And Emery can jump. Let's see what's going to happen here. Burning Inquiry, starting the turn. Unholy Hit on that creature, which I haven't yet in response. Let me just also quickly see Magus Moon. There's these, yeah, kind of looks like the special guest Magus of the Moon, which is interesting for a 3-color Hollowbind deck. But he did have black and red basics. The green is usually too hard cast Vengevines, I would say, although we haven't seen any. So Hollow one was discarded in this Burning Inquiry. If Tamu is being ultimated, he's in a tough place now, though. There is an escaped Nethergoyf exiling. It requires them to exile different card types. Nethergoyf. 4 or more card types among them. So Hollow one is already 2. There's a land being discarded and exiled to the escape cost. And we still have Burning Inquiry, a land, and something else. I believe our Nethergoyf is on 3. Although as we get to the we have a Tamu ultimate right away, counting the deck. I would say that's game, especially with 3 lands, an Opal not yet online, but it won't be a problem, of course, to get it online. I guess the worst case scenario, which I don't think would happen, would be somehow he goes for a Rumble and then there's an extraction after Rumble or something like that, but I don't think there's a way for the Song of Creation deck to lose from here. Two cards in the hand of our Hollow One deck player. There's Ghost Vacuum still, but once available, but it has to be a big. That's a Nurgle Saga, I believe, and then we are tapping for 3 only? Oh, that's Flame of Anor. With Emery in play, being able to choose both 2 modes, which is dealing with the Nethergoyf and the Ghost Vacuum, as choosing the modes. So at the very least, the Ghost Vacuum is now offline. We have a Tormod script into a Mox Ember. Our Opal is online for sure. It's interesting though. Did he not find any Song of Creations? Unless he wants. Well, either way, with probably 20 cards in hand, Mox. Amber looking at the, not Amber, Bobble looking at the top card. Yeah, I would say he might want for some reason to go off in the next turn, because he did not cast Song of Creation, although he can still chain some Mox, and like now Mox Amber, floating a mana, floating a second mana, and reactivating to cast Mox Ember from the graveyard again, and we have 6, I believe. How is he getting green though? I'm not sure. He has Mox Ember actually taps for green because of the flip Tamu. He's casting another Tamu, exiling the graveyard just to be sure, so there's no more Fateless looking flashbacks, and our player is now untapping with 4 lands, nothing else, and 3 mana. Oh, is that that's a meltdown? It will slow down, as we talked, but most likely not gonna be enough. Especially with the Emery online, he passes the turn. He thought of doing something else, but yeah, he passes the turn. Tamio, Saga ticks up to 2. Oh, we drew a Jace Wielder of Mysteries, so upticking Tamio's Planeswalker ability. He's attacking with 6, and Tamio, we have a trigger from 6 to mill. Oh, Song of Creation just hit the graveyard. This could be a window for a surgical extraction, as we talked earlier, but anyway, I believe even if Saga is now surgically extracted, the beatdown from Constructs would be an alternative way to just win, and he has so much cards in hand that I don't think it would be enough from our Hollow 1 player to get there. We have Jace milling them. That's strange though, in drawing a card, because that could help him fuel a Phoenix to the yard into something else. Okay, Burning Inquiry. Draws 3. Each player draws 3, discards 3 at random. There's a flipped Tamio trigger going onto the stack. Lightning Bolt being discarded. Another Inquiry and a Commercial District. From the 15-ish cards or something, we have 3 randomly chosen to be discarded. Tormod Script. And oh, is that also Endurance? Looks like Endurance was also discarded. So Tamio was flipped. The creature he had in play, Tamio, was flipped, so he's just putting it down as a shortcut to not flip another card from his sleeve. And now there's another Burning Inquiry, another 3 more drawn into this card at random. Another Lightning Bolt, a Hollow 1, and is that a Vengevine though? I would say a bit unlucky, those random discards. Well, Bolt, 2 bolts is okay. I mean, if he would be able to kill Jace or Tamio, but I think this game is long over though. And Hollow 1, of course, not being able to be cast is also unfortunate. We have a Construct in the middle of that pile. Saga is being triggered chapter 3, floating a mana, search and fail to find. It looks like there's like 7 cards in that library. That's, well, we have 6. 6 only gives, let me read and not say, 6 only gives non-creature, oh no, non-land permanent cards in your graveyard every trace. Okay, so yeah, there's no way to lose from here, because even if Jace is killed, 6 allows him to retrace Endurance from the graveyard, even if it's there. And we have a Song of Creation being cast into 2 explosives, drawing 4. I believe this is game. We have 3 cards in the library. 6 is attacking, triggering to discard 3. Return a land to hand, I believe. Non-return. He just upticks Jace and it's game. We have our players scooping up. So yeah, it was that I would say this last game was a bit slow for the Hollow 1 deck, but there was like no early creatures to pressure. The turn 1 Tamio being flipped on turn 2 eventually led to the game being won just by the Tamio ultimate. And yeah, I would say he could he didn't went for the Song of Creation a turn earlier, because probably he just also didn't need to, so he just cleared the board and he had 20 cards in hand. Why just go for because if something wrong happens, we also have to have in mind that Song of Creation has this clause that will have you discard your end. At the beginning of your end step, you have to discard your hand. So if for some reason he would not pop off there, he would most likely lose to discarding his whole hand. So he took the approach of just clearing the board to be sure, and yeah, no need to expose a song there, and yeah, so we had some meltdowns as meltdowns and surgical from our Hollow 1 player. So if you are just tuning in, we will have a probably a small break now between game 1 and game 2 from the National Polish Championship Unity League, European Unity League. So we will be right back pretty soon. Well, hello everyone, welcome back. We will be soon starting our round 2 of the European National Polish Championship from the European Unity League. We have 60 players in Warsaw fighting for this amazing bayou altered by Shivan art, and the top 8 also are invited to the Magic European Cup happening soon in the spring of 2026. There's also some heavy play cool merchandise up to the top 16 and this amazing prize trophy. So I have now I managed to get some access to the Twitch comments, so I will hope that we will have now a better interaction with any viewers out there. And we are also live on YouTube, and so one way or another you can follow the stream. So we are now starting to get ready. Players are shuffling up, and we have now what I believe to be a Yawgmoth deck on the right side, battling a Affinity, or some people call it Metalcraft, depending on some variants of cards, basically on the left side. Yawgmoth is gained some popularity after the recent printing of Badger Mole Cup, so we will start seeing it more often in the tournaments everywhere. So players are shuffling up. We have Robert Borkowski, sorry if I'm butchering names, and Wojciech Kowalczuk, sorry. Players are ready to shuffle up. This is the National European Championship in Poland. Basically, if you are new to what's happening, the European Unity League is now spreading across the countries of Europe, of course. And if you haven't heard about it yet, you can try to get in contact with the league, European Unity League staff directly to get some more information that you can then share to the TOs and LGSs of your country, in order to participate in this amazing project that is taking over right now. Basically, countries, TOs everywhere in each country can participate in this project. By basically each tournament that they do can be an event that will give players points towards a national league that is also being taken into account for an European league. So, and even if you go to a spotlight series or something, usually you would also gain some points. And basically by the end of the year, you would have the top X of each country being qualified for a national championship on their country, and then the top 8 usually, or top X also would, of the national championship, would then be qualified for a major, bigger tournament, basically the European Magic Cup. The one next year is going to be in the spring, really soon to be announced, the final date. And basically, yes, top 8 contestants from different countries would then be participating in this big tournament. It's a way to try to bring back the tournaments we had a long time ago, and the European, basically Grand Prix, I believe. Yeah, the Grand Prix series that we had a long time ago, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, we have players shuffling up and getting their 7 cards, choosing if they're mulliganing or not. As you can see from from their choices. Yeah, players are kept. We have the Yawgmoth player starting with the Green-Sun Zenith X1 for a Dryad Arbor, well, of course. And then we have a pass Otawara into Tamio, I believe, into a Bauble, I think. Is that a Bauble? No, is it? Yeah, I believe so. Some shuffling happening. Basically, these are two combo decks. Yawgmoth has gained some... the cub basically gives more creatures to Yawgmoth itself. Oh, no. It's not Tamio. It's the warped... he warped the blue-red creature that's on each artifact entering play is getting drones. What's the name? I forgot. So he has already a couple of drones and Bauble and warp and drone. Pinnacle Emissary. So we had Pinnacle Emissary into, I believe, a Mox Opal and a Swift Spoot Boots, which also gave him 3 drones. Now we have a Yawgmoth player cracking a Catacombs into a Swamp. 3 mana on turn 2. As I was saying, basically the Badger Mole Cup allowed Yawgmoth deck to be slightly faster and probably more consistent, because Badger Mole just ramps Dryad Arbors and Halflings, and also creates another body for Yawgmoth to sacrifice and start drawing stuff. Excuse me. We had a Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and is that a white bordered Young Wolf? Does that exist? Young Wolf. Innistrad Remastered. I'm not seeing... Kind of looks like a Young Wolf, but with a white border and mystery boost. No, it's unless he white bordered it themselves. So now we have a turn 2 from our affinity deck. Oh, is that a Kappa Cannoneer coming? We have a Memnite. No, that's probably an attack. We had a Memnite into a Springleaf Drum, I believe. Boots equipped into a drone and attack for 3. Yep. And then step Agatha exiling a Bauble. Life totals is pressuring life totals early if you don't have anything else. It's of course still good because Yawgmoth will need life to as a resource to draw cards. So let's see how it goes. Sometimes it can be enough to not allow them to draw enough to find the last combo pieces they need. We have a Windswept Teeth being cracked into a Shocked Overgrown Tomb, and at the very least 4 mana. Because that sign card, I still don't know what it is. And Yawgmoth. Oh yeah, Yawgmoth being cast on turn 3, basically 1 turn earlier due to Green-Sun into Dryad. Is there a Rebuke though? I don't think there's even a blue color available. Yeah, there would be need to... One more. No Rebuke. And we had a Yawgmoth resolving. Turn 2, Saga goes up to chapter number 2. We have a Canopy Izzet land being played. 2 cards in hand only. Bauble being cast. So now the power of all those drones is good to pressure, but at the same time it's just fodder for Yawgmoth to just swipe the board at will. Yeah, that was indeed a Young Wolf, which blocked What did he block though? Is there a Mem Knight in there attacking? Because no blocks. I suppose paying life to keep. Ooh, interesting. So he paid a life to sack Young Wolf to kill a drone, draw a card. Young Wolf Undying ability resolves, comes back with a +1/+1 counter. Then he sacked a Dryad Arbor to put a -1/-1 counter on Young Wolf to reset the counters, and then use it again. So I believe at the very least he kills 2 drones and draws 3 cards. We have a Bauble now activating, and is that a pass? It looks like there's a pass, and ooh, interesting. There's a Agatha Soul Cauldron being activated at the end of the turn, and putting a +1/+1 counter. Basically, Agatha Soul Cauldron exiling Dryad Arbor. I don't know if there's a hold of priority somewhere because it's still not there. Yeah, and the +1/+1 counter reflexive trigger is now trying to put a +1/+1 counter on Yawgmoth. Does that mean there's still consign? I don't think that deck runs a main board consign, but could be an option. Basically now Young Wolf and Yawgmoth gain the ability to tap for green due to the Soul Cauldron. So let me try to have a look at the latest iteration of these Metalcraft deck. If they are running, oh, what was that? Was that a bounce? Otawara. I believe that was an Otawara end step on Yawgmoth. It gains a turn, I guess. Removes the sink into stupor. I think it looks better now that it's a sink into stupor. And then there's the bubble trigger in the upkeep, and we are now in the Yawgmoth's turn at 7 life. So I guess, okay. So bottom name is right side. Wojciech is now casting a Malevolent Rumble with Young Wolf's ability from Dryad Arbor. Agatha Soul Cauldron is such a strong card in this deck. He finds the enchantment that, oh, I forgot the name. He finds the I will tell you the name in a bit. Oh, interesting. Basically, it's kind of another enchantment, but another Malevolent Rumble in a sense, but a really strong piece of tech, Dredger's Insight, which allows him to, in some ways, to gain infinite life, or in sometimes, basically because, well, it reads whenever 1 or more artifacts and or creature cards leave your graveyard, you gain 1 life. Whenever 1 or more. So if multiple leave due to an endurance, you don't gain a lot. But any time that there's like an Undying trigger from a Young Wolf firing and bringing Young Wolf back to play, he's gaining 1 life. Meaning that this way he can somehow mitigate some of the life loss from Yawgmoth's abilities. He does cast the Dredger's Insight, milling 4. Now there's an endurance in there. Basically, when this enters mill 4, you may put an artifact, creature, or land from among the mill cards into your hand. He gets the other Undying creature. What's the name? What's the name of that one? Some decks still play it, some other decks don't. Oh, was that a... Yeah, I believe Ballista was in the yard somehow, and he Soul Cauldron it to put a +1/+1 counter. Oh yeah, we have infinite life now. Basically, Soul Cauldron it anywhere. Now, Young Wolf has the Walking Ballista ability, basically, and he can use the +1/+1 counter it has, remove it as the cost of activating Walking's Ballista's ability, ping itself, which no longer has a +1/+1 counter, and therefore it dies and it comes back. So we have infinite life achieved somehow, or a gazillion fixed number by the tournament rules, and into a we have a scoop into Athling, but there is no there's no combo on the Metalcraft deck that would be able to deal with infinite life. That is a great power of this deck. No Yawgmoth in play, but simply those 2/3 cards, of course 3 cards connected, Soul Cauldron, Ballista, Dredger's Insight, and Young Wolf. Now I'm saying 4, of course. There's the Ballista has to be in the yard, but this deck can put so much cards in the yard so easily with Dredger's Insight and Malevolent Rumble. So now players are going to the sideboards. You can reset the life total. No need to go super clicky. Anyway, on the Yawgmoth side, we have access to some graveyard hate through Scavenging Ooze if we want to. But I believe Metalcraft deck is no longer playing Emrys. We can see it now. They are sideboarding. Consigns still out. Oh, no wear tears being brought by the Metalcraft play, which I believe they would be really strong. So we are considering some rebukes, some dismembers. I think, a Pity Needle, which is really strong. Excuse me. But no wear tears. Wear tears can be really strong to deal with Soul Cauldrons and Dredger's Insight, but they were left out. Maybe the player forgot, or maybe just for some reason he doesn't want to bring them. Kappa Cannoneers being brought out. Probably a bit too, a tiny bit too slow, I believe. And a Cranial Pending also being pushed out. 3 Kappas out. List, I believe List used to play 4 sometimes 3, maybe he's taking all of them out. 2 Cranial Platings. I didn't know they were on 2 platings. It's probably just best to now play some more control-y matchup from the Metal player deck. Still looking at the sideboard. Still, I believe you should have brought the wear tears. Anyway, if you manage to control the board with those dismembers, with the extra metallic rebukes, although to be honest, Metallic Rebuke can be good in the early game if he has a somewhat explosive start that puts pressure on the board and allows him to still have Rebuke up. Otherwise, in the late game, Yawgmoth can generate probably, well, depends, of course. Yawgmoth still costs 4 and having 7 mana might be hard, but yeah, the Rebuke can be a key card here to counter a key play. From the Yawgmoth side, Collector Oof, if he has it, would be a strong card. Then maybe Scavenging Ooze, as I was mentioning. Yeah, I don't think they are on Emry anymore, so maybe not that good. Force of Vigor would be a great addition also, dealing with Saga or Saga and a key card as well. Fatal Push, maybe it could deal with big constructs if they decide to just go to that plan of constructs. Otherwise, I mean, even if they expect Kappa Cannoneer to stay in 5 mana to kill 1, it's not unreasonable. So they could actually get to that 5 mana to cast the push and pay for the ward trigger. Thoughtseize, sometimes I don't know if Thoughts is well on the play. I don't think it's that. I believe that I would stick to Force of Vigors and some Collector Oof, and maybe a push or two. It depends. If if we start on fetch land go into Metalcraft player warping the Pinnacle Emissary, and then on the first cast of an artifact, cracking and killing and pushing the Emissary can be key to slow them down and to dump their hand on turn 1 and creating like five drones. So I would see some Fatal Push going in. So we are now shuffling up to start game 2 from round 2 of the Polish National Championship. Players are drawing 7. Let's see. I can see some cards from our players: Pinnacle Emissary, Ottawara, Rebuke, Saga. What is that? Springleaf Drum, I think. Maybe a Memnite or Thopter, and something else. Hard to say. That's a keep, and that's a start and a go. Yeah. So Ottawara, there's a Memnite, Springleaf Drum. I think they want to go off on turn 2 with Saga on 1. Yeah, Saga on 1. We had Verdant Catacombs on 1. No turn 1 play from Yawgmoth player. And that's a pop-off now, I think. Warping Pinnacle Emissary. Then Springleaf Drum. Yep. Trigger for a drone. Already putting some aside. That's a clear sign that's more incoming. Anyway, dice or tokens would be used. But yeah, Memnite will... Oh, there's a Force of Rigor in response to the first cast. That's a good play. I believe Saga and Pinnacle will die. Ooh, yepsy. Great power move here. So our player unfortunately just gets... Yep. Oh, that's a strong play. Memnite was also a cast. We have now drone and Ottawara, and that fleshed out card is what was it? It's the Springleaf Drum. Okay, yeah. So 2 power in play, but way set behind. Also, Pinnacle is not... It's now dead, so you cannot cast it from the warp zone later on. And we have a Surveil trigger on the stack from our Yawgmoth player. Some good shuffling. Surveiling a Ballista to the yard. That's some good value. we Yawgmoth players will most of the time want Ballista to be in the yard, not actually cast it. So we have the Black Connive land. What's the name? Forgot the name of that land. Oh, interesting. The list I'm looking at doesn't run it. Well, and then what happened? Dredger's Insight, milling 4 cards and bringing an Halfling to hand. The other, yeah, 3 lands. It was nice. 3 lands and oh, another Saga on 1. I believe that was a top deck. Either way, top deck or not, it's at least the very least a decent follow-up, especially because if that Saga pops off and he gets a he could get a Grafdigger's Cage, but I don't think unless he has it in the main deck. I didn't see it in the sideboard. But worst case scenario, I believe it just gets a Tormod's Crypt, and a well-timely Tormod's Crypt could make a difference. Oh, that's the Sacrifice, destroy target artifact or enchantment kind of thing. Caterpillar something some. Well, not like the caterpillar, but oh, and it was metallic rebuke. That had to be, otherwise. Casting it with metal, not metalcraft. With oh, dismember. No, nothing sticks play. Dismembering. Well, to be honest, I think I would keep that dismember to a next turn Yawgmoth, because usually you want to bolt the bird, but in this case it's at 3 lands, so land into Yawgmoth is quite likely to happen next turn, so at the very least keep it that way. We have now a Saga on 2 and attack for 2 with 2 Memnites, and Yawgmoth is back to his draw step. 1 card in Robert's hand, and a Soul Cauldron coming in. Ooh, Ballista is already in the yard. If he has a Young Wolf, he can. See how fast this deck can go. If he has a Young Wolf at this very moment, he can just do infinite life. Sorry. Oh, and there it is. Basically, Dredger's Insight is already in play, so the Ballista. In the yard, he can put the +1/+1 counter from Yaga's Soul Cauldron onto the Young Wolf by exiling the Ballista, and yeah, that Saga destroyed on the turn 2 was key for Robert not to find a Tormod script on his last turn, which could have prevented this infinite life. I believe this would be then game, unless there's some sort of interaction here. There could be... Oof. Even a dismember doesn't make anything, because the moment he's trying to put the +1/+1 counter on Young Wolf, it would die and come back with the +1/+1 counter and anyway start the loop. Best way here would be a consign, but I believe they left the consigns on the sideboard, which is understandably. Is there an extraction? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess untap, upkeep. Why the upkeep? I guess, yeah, GG. We have infinite life achieved, and Robert cannot beat that. There's no combo in their deck that could deal with infinite life, and that's the Force of Vigor in. That's, I believe, their sideboard plan. I don't remember the name of that Phyrexia card, but basically allows to pay, I believe, 1 colorless and activate it to destroy an artifact and enchantment. Okay, Thought Seizes did come in, and some bubbles. Fatal Push also came in. Interesting. And that was their sideboards. Actually, let me put this bigger again so we get a better idea. Yeah, I believe the Wear Tear should have been brought. In this particular turn, for example, it could have dealt with both key cards on the activation of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, which, now thinking about it, yeah, waiting for the upkeep could have been worse, in the sense that the Robert untapped Saga and Ottawara, which means and he had a Springleaf Drum. He could not fuse it, but at the very least deal with one of the either artifact or enchantments in play. So let me see if we have ready for you the next match 3. This was a fast match, but it might be that the round is still taking place, so we might need to wait a little bit longer. And if you are tuning in just now, this is the Polish National Championship sponsored by the European Unity League, where we have 60 players playing 6 rounds of Modern into a top 8, where the top 8 finalists will be invited to the European Magic Cup, happening spring of 2026. The winner will get this awesome Bayou altered by Shivan art, and every player has this really cute and beautiful foil token of an Eldrazi spawn. There's also some nice merchandise up to the top 16th player from Heavy Play. So that's basically it. We will now be right, well, probably not right back, because we have to wait for the next round to actually start. That might take a little bit longer, since this was a 2-0 really fast from our Yawgmoth player. So stay tuned in, and we will be right back. Hello, welcome back to the Polish National Championship by the Unity League. We have just now starting our round 3. So let's bring it up. I believe we have 60. We have 60 players basically battling for a top 8 invite for the European Magic Cup. Some great prizes for the from heavy play up to top 16, and we also have these amazing Bayou to the first place, altered by Shivan art. We now have basically, I believe, to be Boros Energy on our left side, playing against I think it's another Metalcraft-ish deck. Basically Tamio, Emery, Shell with some steel cutters this time. Unsure if it is an ascendancy list or not. Haven't seen much yet, but there's different ways you can basically play these shells these days. We had earlier today on round 1 some Song of Creation deck, really nice to see, still being played. Love that deck. And then we had a regular Metalcraft sort of affinity with Pinnacle Emissary list on our last match. And then now we are facing Boros Energy with this list here, which has steel cutters. I had not seen any steel cutters in our last match. Unsure if it was the same list or not, but players may build these shells differently towards their taste or not. So players are shuffling up right now. And this is game 1 from round 3. 3 out of 6 rounds of modern in Warsaw, Poland, that will then be cut to a top 8. This is basically this is a event organized by Pan Misha at Paprykarz site, I believe. So you can see the playmats from their LGS. Maybe I'm unsure what exactly it is, but I would suspect to be an LGS or a Magic Club, depending on what it is. But I would say probably an LGS. Players are shuffling up, almost ready to go. Is that the third shuffling or something? I thought the blue sleeves were actually from the right side, but probably not. Players shuffle their opponent's decks, and they should be starting soon. This is most likely competitive rel. If you're playing any of these big events, I would recommend you to start getting used to actually shuffling your opponent's decks. By the rules, you should, and nothing prevents you from that. It could just happen that you prevent a sneaky cheat here and there from a sneaky opponent. We have a mulligan from the Boros player, I believe, and if I am, let me try to, so I believe Jacob, depending on pronunciation, I'm not sure, sorry if I'm butchering the name, is, so the top, I believe, is the left side on Boros Energy, and Bartosz should be the right side. There must be some update coming because it shows a win in there, but this is actually game 1 of round 3, so there's no wins yet. These players are 0-0, if I'm not mistaken. So, mulligan to 6, and since I believe there is a keep on our right side player, otherwise they would be already also doing their mulligans, shuffling and so on. What do we have there? That looks like a Tamio, And I believe the Boros player is going first. So mulligan to 6 and players should be ready to start. There's a maze cracked into, is that what? Cat, Ragavan or Soul Sister? Unsure. So we have a Scalding Tarn cracked as well, probably shocking for a Tamio maybe. Excuses for no shock. Excuses for the glare. Streaming isn't always easy, and our staff in Poland is trying to do as much as they can, but yeah, there might be some glare. Oh, there's no Tamio, and there's a turn one turn one might, which is of course is dealt with a galvanic blast. Saving 2 energy and in attack. Oh, it's a Ragavan. Oh, so that's why they played that, to try to trade it Ragavan. Tamio wouldn't do anything. It would block, but anyway, it would die, but could indeed kill. So Unholy Hit being revealed from the top, and using the treasure to cast a flipped card is an Ajani. Turn to Ajani, 2 energy, Ragavan pass, and another cat. What we have here, Canopy, Fiery Islet, and Bubble into Opal, into Tamio. Okay, as a Core Steel deck, I'm not sure those double cast artifacts would be needed, should be done at the Bubble. I think Bubble now, and Bubbling during the Boros player, yeah, anyway. Anything I would say doesn't matter, because there's another Galvanic Blast killing the... Oh, I see now. I take everything I said. They casted those artifacts to help cast a Metallic Rebuke. Pretty nice. Countering the Galvanic Blast targeting Tamio. Makes total sense now. And there's a charm. They really want to connect with Ragavan, which is really nice. Keeping the everything out is also great. There will be another Ragavan hit. We are attacking for 2, 3, for 5. Down to 11. Treasure. Ooh, Riddler. No other mana to cast anyway. And even if it would be done, I believe then the Warp would be exiled under, of course, controller of their owner. So I would say the Boros player is now hell-bent, but with a pretty decent board anyway. Saga being played and triggering. Another Opal. Cracking, yeah. We have an Opal in hand, and the other card I think is kind of unplayable. So I believe they're pondering on cracking the Fiery Islet. Bobbling first, is that it? Bobbling the opponent, okay. And they reveal, looks to be another MDFC, so maybe another Ajani on top. It could also be a Fable. No, I doubt it. Well, I doubt it. It could be. Another attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, a lot. They are on 6. Steam Events being exiled to the Ragavan trigger. And there's the MDFC for 2. It's an Ajani. Ajani, Legend Rule, gonna kill the old Ajani, triggering to flip. They control Ragavan, which is red permanent, so they can basically deal the last points of damage face. And we are packing up for round 2, for game 2. That was a fast one. Boros is still a big threat to deal with. Players are now sideboarding. We can also have a look at what they have in their lists. Swiftfoot is going out. The Core Steel Cutter is going out. Could be a frequent source of creatures to champ or trade. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 cards are coming in. At the very least, an Opal out. Looks like it. Or okay. Looks like it's trimming. They're trimming down a little bit of the Core Steel Cutter package. Sweetfoot. Interesting. They are cutting out also the Might, but to be honest, also Blood Moon. Blood Moon. I think it would be cuttable also from the Boros side. because EZ gladly plays some basics, and Blood Moon can be a dead card if by any moment like Urza Sag is on 2, they cannot cast it definitely, and it wouldn't be that detrimental in this matchup. From the Boros side, we have if they are on the dragon, what's the name of the dragon? I forgot. Clarion Conqueror would be a great card to bring in if they have it. Some lists are also on Wrath of the Skies. They are now on the draw. It could pivot into bringing Wrath of the Skies, not committing to the board, and then wrathing to get rid of most of the artifacts and some sagas. So it could be a card to bring in. I believe I saw some Force of Negations being brought when they were sideboarding. Excuse me. So that could be thinking about that. Otherwise, some Meltdowns sometimes still see play. And High Noon could be to try to slow down some crazy Pinnacle Emissary turns, although I'm not sure this deck is playing Pinnacle at all. So yeah, let's see. We have sideboarding done from the Metalcraft deck, and I believe Boros player is still choosing some last cards. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Looks like a lot of cards being sided out. Probably some Regavants, because on the draw they can be a bit of a dead card, especially into a turn 1 Tamio, not connecting anymore. Maybe bringing them back in on the play if they actually lose the game or not. Then, well, I guess they might bring Wear-Tear, of course. I forgot Wear-Tear is a great card in this matchup, especially against Saga and Cutters, so most likely 2 Wear-Tears, maybe 2 Wrath of the Skies. If they know, I do not know if they are playing an open deck list or if they just know their opponent, they could maybe think of a Celestial Purge for the Steel Cutters. Other than that, yeah, that Extraction could be used to hit something from an Emery milled top 4, but that would be pretty much it, I believe. Wear-Tear and Wrath of the Skies, I think I would bring most of those for not much more. Let's see. Clarion Conqueror, of course, if they have it in their sideboard, it can be devastating here. Although we saw an Unholy Hit main deck, so that might stay, kind of needs to stay to deal with this crazy creature-heavy Boros deck. Players are ready to begin pretty soon. They are gonna draw their 7-card hand and decide for mulligans. If you are just tuning in now, this is the game 2 from round 3 of the National Polish Championship from the European Unity League. Taking place in Warsaw, Poland, of course, that you can see in the screen. So, players are now deciding. This is active player, non-active player, so we should have a say first from our Metalcraft play. I'm saying Metalcraft. Don't take this literally, because these days these EZ shells can take somewhat different names, but can be actually a Jeskai Ascendancy deck, can be more towards Affinity. It's basically a Tamio Emery shell with Steel Cutters for sure, so it can be just kind of a mid-range list in that sense. Boros Boros player is once again mulliganing to 6. Maybe looking for those early galvanic blasts to keep the board away, or some sideboard cards. They did win game 1 on a mull to 6 as well. Pretty aggressive start to the turn 1 Ragavan, so I would expect them to have sideboarded out the Ragavan, but who knows, let's see. We can see over there a Preordain, a Tamio, looks like a Steel Cutter, and I cannot see much more. No, it's a Spirebluff Canal, turn 1, into a Bubble, into a Tamio. Bubble cracked into Preordain, can flip Tamio on turn 2. Oh, they cracked on their... Was it their turn or was it upkeep? Maybe upkeep. So we have a... Oh, Galvanic Blast does not... Tamio does not survive to attack or even draw into flipping. It would be a good sign for them. Yeah, so they go to their upkeep, draw, into draw step, draw another one. Take note that a Tamio cast now into land Preordain would be still enough to flip it. So we have a Scalding Tarn about to be played. Oh, they have a Mox Ember in play as well. Tarn being cracked for an island. Starting with a Preordain. So, Scry 2. Is that a Muttervault in their hand? Kind of looks like it, but I doubt it. Although, I doubt it. It could be for Wizards, and I believe they are on Flame of Anor, so... Mox Ember being cast, Unholy Hit at the ready, and we have a pass. So, turn 2 for the Boros player are in Mesa. And we have a white shiny card that's an Unholy Hit. It was a Ocelot. Yeah, no time to get anything in the end step. We have it heated. So 1, 2, yeah, Bartosz. From the life total, it looks like Bartosz is the name of our EZ player at 19, and he does not have that win. That point is over there since the beginning of the match. Disregard it. Our casters, our streamer team over there might have forgotten to take that point there, but it's 1-0 for Jacob as a Boros player. That looked like it was a draw go, not even casting Tamio. Interesting. So we have a cracked into Elegant Parlor at the end step to surveil, and what else? Are the standings somewhere? Unfortunately, I don't believe the standings are available because I believe they are using the companion app to run the event. So I'm sorry, but I do not have access to the standings, at the very least me. We had 1, 2, that's an Ajani. Ajani hitting play. A draw go with 3 mana open. What could it be? Is that a sink into stupor? Just to time walk. So we have I believe the Ajani resolved and hit play, triggering to get the cat, and now we have a Scalding Tarn cracked for a Surveil land. I had a glimpse of a Emery. Oh, Flame of Anor. Interesting. Why not cast Tamio and then have mana for Flame of Anor? that would be a powerful move, especially now in response to the trigger of creating a cat killing Johnny, because Mox Ember would be online. Maybe considering, oh yeah, Scar Steel Cutter goes to the yard. Maybe considering some removal and then getting the whole plan fizzle. Maybe they want to have everything at the ready. Oh, that's fire magic being drawn. Could be cast now. At the same time, galvanic discharge in response to killing the cat would flip a Johnny. Let's see what they do. Ooh, okay, yeah, they start with Tamio into Flame of Honor, killing a Johnny and most likely drawing 2 cards in response. Is there a galvanic discharge in response? It could be used to kill Tamio in response. It could also be used to kill their own cat token to flip a Johnny. And we have something. Yes, we do have. Which creature will they target? Tamio, so it doesn't flip. Yeah, I believe it's probably for the best, because it would shrink all of their cats in the future. It would be pretty hard to deal with the Tamio with such an empty board from the Boros side. So, and I believe I did not pay much attention if they drew 2, because I believe they drew 2, because the modes are cast, the modes are chosen on cast, so even if Tamri is no longer there, they get those 2 modes locked in upon casting Flame of Honor. And they have 5 cards now, they had, so okay, so we have a another Tamio into an Emery for 2, milling 4 mana available, and 3 cards in hand, whereas the Boros player is now cracking a Marsh Flats, probably for another Elegant Parlor, and I think they have 2 cards in hand. This is gonna be more of a fighting match. Excuse me. So we have a Surveil trigger on the stack. Boros player really needs to find an answer to those 2 legendary creatures. One can bring cards from the yard, artifacts. The other one can flip and start shrinking the attackers. Oh, they are flooding. Another Marsh Flats. Crack. 2 Parlors, I believe, were used, so this is probably a Plains, yeah. And still no Flages to be seen. 2 cards in hand, I think. There's a cat from a Johnny, that really white washed out card is a 2/1 cat. Oh, is that a Flage? Oh, Wrath of the Skies for 1. I would go as much as 3 to kill Emery as well. That's interesting. Wait. Dummy. They had... Oh. They paid extra after? I'm a bit confused. They did not have energy prior, so it looked like they paid 3 and then 2 more. Maybe just a shortcut thing. So yeah, they wrath everything, but there was just another Emery hitting play. And we have a pass. Boros is still flooding a lot, as it seems, while DZ player is somewhat mana screw. Although this deck can maneuver pretty decently with few sources of mana. What is that? 2 mana, a Johnny, I believe. Yeah, with another cat and a pass. 3 mana, 1 card in hand, and there's still there's another bauble in there. Maybe Steel Cutter could be good to start at least. Well, yeah, the cat is gonna... Let's see. Emery is gonna target either Steel Cutter or Ember. I think Steel Cutter into Mox, into Bauble would be a good option, but they are playing conservatively to have a way to get... Exactly. Get... Oh! That was nice. I did not see that card in hand. So we had a Tamio into a Warped Riddler, and they had only one card in hand. So a Riddler enters, draws 2, flipping Tamio instantly. Tamio upticks. They are back to 3 cards in hand, bobbling their opponent. 1 mana open. Still a fire, 2 fire magic in hand actually, and passing, drawing their upkeep. And now we have the Boros player taking some decisions. So the cat is attacking, the Jenny cat token is attacking Tamio, which, ooh, are they killing the cat? It's gonna flip a Jenny. Interesting. Yeah, I guess they can just bring their Steel Cutter next turn and try to kill it? Is that the option? Is that the idea? Okay, so we had a Galvanic Discharge on Emery. I think the Boros player sequenced things really well there, not showing the removal yet, and I believe that Power Magic wasn't maybe the best, considering now a Ajani is gonna keep doing cats, and if they find the Bombardment or any red permanent just to be online, it might be hard to not to come back, because I think the game is somewhat. Oh, they had an only hit all along. I did not see that in their hand, so I now understand pretty well why they did that. So we have Tamio going up to 6, and then passing with 4 mana available. Our Boros player is now with 2 cards in hand, once again flooding, but it's an Arena of Glory exerted for something. If that's a Spyro, oh, that's a Spyro with haste. That was nice, because they had no cards in hand. Well, even if they had, they would just discard it, but they just drew 2 extra cards. It has haste. But there's a fire magic incoming to wrath the board, and Tamio's gonna hit 8 loyalty counters next turn, with most likely a Riddler coming also. I believe this is probably gonna be game for our EZ player. Yep, fire magic killing the board. Second main phase, what do we have? Looks like a Flage. No, another Spyro. That's another Spyro, discarding 2. One of them is Guide of Souls. No. Guide of Souls. Yeah, exactly. So it creates an elemental token, which doesn't do much because it's a 1/1, so it will always get the -1, -0 from Tamio's uptick ability. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, yeah, they have 5 mana. Just Riddler as a blocker. Tamio on 8. They have to deal with it, otherwise Tamio's ultimate, and I would say it's game, because life totals are pretty chunky. I don't think the Boros player can win this one. And the Arena of Glory is also 1, 2, 3 is exerted, so they would, yeah, they are scooping it up. Even Flage, they would need 1 more land in play somehow, and Arena of Glory not to be exerted, so they could cast Flage, escape Flage, and deal a bunch of damage in the process, killing Riddler with the 2 ETB triggers, and then on attack dealing with 3 more to Tamio, from 8 going down to 5. Then there's the trigger to shrink. Yeah, it would have been the best, or possibly the only way out of this scenario. Players are now mulliganing again as we go to game 3. So it's a 1-1 at the moment. We did see that our Boros player brought the Wrath of the Skies, despite also hindering a lot his deck. That's interesting to see how the best card against Boros, which used to be Wrath of the Skies, is now also being used by Boros. I think one or two swaps being done. Maybe choosing to play a I don't know if they are getting some Ragavans back in, or if they did not went out all along to try to be more aggressive as on a turn one Ragavan. Also, when you board out Ragavans, basically your Johnny flipped has a way harder time to actually being able to deal damage. It just creates cats, because otherwise you need the one of 3 bombardments, a Blood Moon, which probably was taken out, or the 3 mana Seasoned Pyromancer, which, yeah, sometimes you just don't have it so early. So that Johnny did flip, it died instantly anyway to the Unholy Hit, but it's harder when Ragavan is out. So we have players shuffling up for game 3 of round 3. If you are just tuning in, this is now you can see it's the Polish Championship, National Championship, where players are battling out for this amazing Bayou altered art. The winner will take this Bayou. Also that trophy. There is a top 16 merge up to from Heavy Play, and of course the top 8 will be invited to the European Magic Cup taking place in the spring of 2026, so in a couple of months. If you haven't heard much about the European Unity League, I would recommend you to join our Discord, or try to get in contact with any of the staff people, so you can share the word with your tournament organizers in order to spread this league to a wider audience around Europe. A lot of countries are adopting it. It's a great system, and yeah, basically players play for a national league, which all the events that they take place, the regular FNMs or some bigger events, as long as their tournament organizer decides to be involved, they gather points for the national tournament and also for the European league, and then they can battle it out for these amazing prizes. So players are finishing their mulligans, well, kind of starting while they're looking at their 7. Looks like a keep for the Boros player, and we have a Saga now. Tamio, yeah, we had 2 keeps. Arid Mesa, Crack, Fetch, and we have a turn 1 play. That's a Sacred Foundry. Being shocked. Life totals here for Boros, of course, are a little bit negligible. There's not much pressure from the other side, and that's a Guide of Souls. Turn 1. Surveil from hand and pass. We have a Marshflats cracked. Maybe a Plains now. No, another Sacred Foundry. Yeah, you want to, if you're not going to play your Blood Moon, which I would suspect was sided out, and especially as we said, that's not too much pressure. You want to have the double red for future Seasoned Pyromancer. If you manage to top deck your 3rd land is also a Plains, you'd be screwed with double Plains and a red source. That was, what was that? Double Ocelot Pride? If that is it, it's gonna be, yeah, up to 4 energy. I believe that was double Ocelot Pride, and now they're getting 2 tokens. 4 energy already, and we have 5 power in the table, which will at the very least get 2 more power from a flying soul Guide of Souls trigger. We have an island. no fire magic, otherwise it would be devastating. But there's Tamio being cast, there's a Flame of Honor, but still mana being missing. And oh, there is actually, so Guide of Souls survives, but I would just have I'm forgetting you have to pay 3 for it to deal 3 damage, I think. Let me just double check. Fire magic. I don't think it's instant, so it's not like Pyroclasm. Exactly, you would have to pay 3 to get rid of the Guide of Souls. It was a nice reset to some extent. And now we have another. Oh, yep. I think there was a crack fetch into Plains, into Flage, killing Tamio, and now attacking for. Yeah, crack attacking for 3 with trigger. Paying 3 energy to turn it into an angel. We have a Force of Negation being drawn. Urza Saga's probably gonna hit play. And Flage it's ready to come off. Our Boros player though only seems to have 1 card in hand, but he's gonna be hard to recover from here. Flame of Honor being cast, yeah, 5 damage now. That, I'm not sure I would do it sorcery speed, because that means they are somewhat out of rebuke in case they still go conservative. Ocelot into, oh, I see. Oh, that play was punished. We have we have Thraben Charm on Urza Saga, being responded with the Force of Negation. Yeah, being tapped out, I'm not sure if I would have just escaped Flage and deal with it now. But I guess they would be losing 3 damage that they can later use with something else. There's still a cat in there. Saga is now ticking up to 2. I believe our Boros Charm player is Hellbent. And there's another top decked Urza Saga incoming on 1 and a Bauble. Either spell bomb, not Bauble, sorry. So they are hanging on there, especially against a Hellbent player. But that Bauble is key now to delaying an escaped Flage. Cracking in the end step for an Elegant Parlor and Surveilling. A Spyro would be great here, especially because there's Ocelot can no longer attack. Well, it depends. Ocelot attacking could be like, do you create a construct to kill my Ocelot, and if so, they can escape Flage in the second main phase, or do you let it connect and then I will have a cat, and then you just, okay, yeah, they go for the, yeah, I would prefer to sequencing it differently, because, oh, I guess, yeah, I guess you just Flage now, gain life, and Ocelot will regardless create a cat token, because you gain the life, you don't lose the cat, and in the end step, they probably just create the construct, and then bounce it later. Yeah, that's what it happened. We have 3 life gained, a construct in the end step. Both sagas are now triggering after the draw step. 1 on 3, 1 on 2, and searching for something. So there's 1 artifact in play, 2 with the construct. A Mox Opal will be online. I think it would be great to get a Mox Opal, because then you have another construct available and blue mana to bounce Flage at the beginning of combat before it can be declared as attackers. But I'm not sure what they have in hand. And our Boros player drew and kept something in hand. Oh, interesting. Okay, so they are going for the sorcery speed construct, and now searching for something. 1, 2, 3. It's going to be a 4/4 construct and a Tormod script. A bit too late. I'm not sure how. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Maybe they have another Flame of another Unholy Heat bauble. So 1, 2. We have 5 power constructs. They could double block Flage and then Tormod script it out of existence. It's a line. It's probably a decent line. Oh, they're going. What? They are bouncing it. Sorcery speed into an attack for 4. No blocks. Excuse me. Jacob is at a healthy 19 after this attack still. So Jacob is now the active player on his main phase. Will they Flage? Oh, there's a white mana being tapped. Guide of Souls, Soul of Guides, Guide of Souls. They were soul sisters in the past. Now they are sister souls. Whatever. Guide of Souls being cast, and then Flage being also cast to gain an extra life and energy. Are they going face? I think I would go construct and then attack with Ocelot as well. Maybe that's what I did, because due to the first strike, it would not be. It would not die if it was blocked. But no, they went face. And now a Surveil Elegant Parlor. Okay. So Jacob is thinking, can we do something about that insane glare on the left side of the table? Our streaming team in Poland was trying to do the best they could to fix it, but it's always hard. Voice of Victory being surveilled into the yard, and Ocelot was turned into an angel and flying, attacking for 3. So I believe they are at 7 at the moment. Getting another cat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are close to City's Blessing, but not yet. There was a Mishra's Bauble trigger in the upkeep, drawing a card. We have a Scalding Tarn, an Emery, and I believe an Urza Saga trigger should be coming up at the very least. On the left side, if you're tuning in, well, we have 5 lands. I don't think there's any Arena of Glory. We have a Ocelot as an angel, Guide of Souls, and 2 cats. We have a construct being created in response to the trigger to search for an artifact. Will it be an Opal or what? Opal would mean Emery is castable, and I believe Emery needs to be cast sometime soon to be able to loop Aether Spell Bombs. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and our, yeah, especially because now the threats fly with Guide of Souls. Ocelot is already flying for 3 life linking, and they could choose to put another +2 counters on Ocelot, although any other cat flying would actually deal 1 more damage, so they would be virtually, I was gonna say they would be virtually at 1, but now they are cracking a fetch for an island, so they are at 6. How do they, well, I can imagine that they don't have enough energy yet to flip 2, 3, and 4. We have an Emery cast. I'm not sure they have enough energy to fly another cat, but if they do, then it's game over. They just need a creature possibly. Maybe that's what they're saying. I'm gonna fly a cat and you're dead. Let's see. So, 1 white mana for... Is it Nauticus? Oh! They top decked a Vexing Bauble. They are at 6. I think I would crack it right away to try to find a creature. And maybe... well, if they're at exactly 1 energy... If they are exactly at 1 energy, they would need a Spyro to get 2 energy to fly a cat. The bubble's cracked, and also it was also Tormod script, because finding a land would make it so that they can play a land without passing priority, or basically without the EZ player gaining priority to crack it and escape Flage without any moment that the Tormod script could be cracked. So that was a good necessary timing to crack the Tormod script. There was an attack for 3. They are at 3 life now. And now, yeah, now I think it's... They have City's Blessing, creating now 2 cats. I believe the board is wide enough that even the Spell Bomb is not enough to bounce Ocelot and not die to the rest of the board. We have... Oh, that is great. They just cast a Shadow Spear and equip onto a construct, and then they are tapping Emery to cast... I think you need to go for a bubble, and then you can attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trampling lifelink. Right, because Shadow Spear gives +1/+1, and the construct is a 6/6. That would put them back to 10 and 20 and 32 down to 25. That's decent. They are cracking 1 bubble to see their top deck. They do not like it apparently, and they are cracking the fetch before the bubble actually gets them to draw a card. They do not seem to have... Oh, a red source. Ah, of course, if they happen to find an unholy hit here, could be really important on the upkeep. I think I would have cracked the other bubble as well to have more looks, to maybe kill that Guide of Souls before it can trigger, because I believe they already have 3 energy. And we have an attack here. Jacob, our Boros player, is right away going to combat, attacking Ocelot and Guide of Souls, both flying, dealing 6 damage in the air. Excuse me. And they are back at 3 life. Is there a Flage somewhere in the horizon, or do we have another life linking attack? If they get to untap, they can get Bauble, keep pressuring life and gaining back life, and Aether Spell Bomb can save them enough time turn after turn. Oh, that was a fire magic, I think. That was a fire magic. What's the last? 3 damage to each creature. Yeah, they need the Aether Spell Bomb now. So this is gonna reset pretty fast now. Stabilize at the very least, I believe so. 1, 2, 3. We have an attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another 7 life linking, and it's tricky though because they have just 3 mana available, so they cannot use Spell Bomb and also fire magic for 2 damage to each creature. At the same time, they don't need to actually. They just deal 1 to the small cats, and they bounce maybe Ocelot, so they, or Soul Warden, one of them. There's a crack for a Sacred Foundry in the end step. Excuse me. And yeah, this game is getting more interesting as it goes. I love the nature of mid-range decks when there's a lot of this back and forth going. Looks a bit laggy. I don't know if it was the recording. We are live, but actually using pre-recorded matches, so it's slightly more fluent, and that's the way we had to do it due to some internet restrictions. So, is there a... I believe... Yeah, that's a full swing. 1, 2, 3, 6 cats on the ground and 2 flying creatures. They block 2 cats, and there's still not enough energy to fly another one. They are thinking on the bubble, and they are bouncing Ocelot. That's a great bounce, I think. Well, if we're bouncing it now, bouncing it before, making them think, okay, I'm gonna cast it again, get 1 more energy, and then okay, I don't necessarily like that play, because now Ocelot is gonna come again and get another life and then get another cat. I think they well, let's see. There was, yeah, Fire Magic cleared the board. Soul Warden, Guide of Souls still connected for 3 flying. But yeah, there's no way they're not recasting the cat and creating another cat. But we do... Oh, Wrath of the Skies. That's... Okay. That is probably gonna be GG. In this... Well, Guide of Souls is also gonna go away. In the end, the cat is gonna come back. Oh, Metallic Rebuke! And they still did have it. Yeah, you force them to use anyway. At the very least, there is no Ocelot Pride coming. But there was a devastating Wrath. I believe they forgot... Ah, no, they did not forget. They used the Mishra's Bubble to improvise, so they did not crack it. We have quick turns now. Ocelot into Urza Saga, being responded with a Wear Tear. Ocelot survives. We have... Is that an Ajani? No, that's... I would say a Dash Dragavan, because 2 mana into attack. I think it can only be that unless they... Yeah, there's a Dash Dragavan. Force of Negation being revealed. 1 treasure. I think they're representing 2 treasures out of the Ocelot trigger in the end step, because they then create 1 cat, then another cat, and then another treasure, because it was also created this turn. Oh, and that's a GG. Top decking a cutter is not enough to recover from that. Wrath of the Skies is such a bonkers card. It can be... Yeah, devastating to one side or to the other. So that wraps it up. Our game 3. We have Boros winning 2-1 against Izet. Steel Cutter didn't even look like a an ascendancy list. I will double check. We are still. We will need probably a couple minutes. I need to double check. It might be that there's a lunch break now. Otherwise, we will be pretty soon, hopefully, back with round 4 of the Polish Polish National Championship. We have 60 players basically battling it out. 6 rounds of Modern into a top 8 cut. So basically the winner will get this amazing Bayou altered by Shivan art. All top 8 players will be invited for the European Magic Cup in spring of 2026. And up to top 16 we have some really cool merchandising from Heavy Play. And so we will be right back, and stay tuned for the next rounds of Magic. Hello and welcome back to the Polish National Championship, sponsored by the Unity League. We are going to start round 4 pretty soon. We have 60 players battling for these amazing prizes. First player gets this beautifully altered Bayou from Shivan Art. All participants get this really pretty cool Eldrazi spawn foil token. They are really beautiful in real life in shiny foil. If you like foils like me, ooh, really nice. Top 16 also gets some really cool heavy play merchandising, and the top 8 will be invited to the European Magic Cup in spring of 2026. So we are going to start our round 4. We have 2 undefeated players. Basically, we have Mikita Sharbaku. Sorry if I'm butchering the names. That's our top player, meaning the left player. I believe they are on Boros Energy. So we have another Boros Energy match. And in the bottom right side, I believe Bartek Wojciechowski. Sorry if I'm butchering names once again. I believe they are playing Yawgmoth. So we have 2 repeated lists, but that we haven't seen playing against each other yet. We had our streaming team in place, basically in Poland, because I'm casting from Switzerland, but our streaming team there in Poland were now able to change into a different location within the event premises. So I believe they were able to reduce a little bit the glare from the lights. Let's see how it goes from now. I hope you will have a better experience watching the stream. And anyway, I will try to do my best to tell you what's happening, what cards are being played, and yeah, leave us a comment, follow our social media. You can find the Unity League on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram as well. And we have a Discord server where you can join. You can get more information in case your country of residence doesn't have this league. You can get some information there and share it with the TOs from your local area, anyone you know that would be interested in organizing events within the European Unity League. Basically, it's a league that will give points to players participating towards an yearly national championship. So you would be playing throughout the year for the chance to go to the national championship of your country. And also the points that you're gathering throughout this year are also at the same time being used for a broader European league where it could get you invites to the Magic Cup. So our players are deciding their mulligan choices. Looks like the Boros player is starting. Mikita is cracking a Mesa for probably a Sacred Foundry. Yeah, and we have a turn 1 play. What is it? A cat. Soul. It's a cat. Okay. Ocelot turn 1. And then what do we have? Yawgmoth is a creature combo deck, and Boros Energy has a lot of removal. It might be hard, I would say, for Yawgmoth to do what they want to do. At the same time, creatures being dead doesn't mean they cease to exist, in the sense that it revolves a lot around Agatha Soul Cauldron. So even if our Boros player manages to keep the board clean, at some point Yawgmoth could just assemble infinite life, and then Boros player can no longer do anything about it. So it's an interesting matchup. I think it's maybe a favorite a tiny bit more to Yawgmoth, because it's just a combo deck, and Boros does have access to Thraben Charm, which could slow some interactions down, but yeah. So we had an Ajani, I believe, on turn 2 into cat connecting and another cat. That young wolf, is that our player from before, which had white bordered young wolves, which I believe they were manually made by erasing the borders, because I didn't find, although I think it was printed in the mystery box, no? Mystery booster thingy. I cannot find it on Scryfall though. Anyway, we have a young wolf connecting. No, why is it tapped? Sorry, I missed for a second there. Anyway, Agatha's Soul Cauldron was activated, exiling. Unsure. I will try to find out what was exiled over there. Kind of looks like an altered art Johnny, at the same time not, but could have been a ballista. If it is a ballista, it's gonna handle this to some extent well, but a Johnny is on board, so killing any cats would flip a Johnny. I believe we are on Mikita's turn. Players are thinking for a second. Maybe failing the third land drop from Boros can be pretty detrimental here, and Young Wolf does have a +1/+1 counter, so just still unsure what actually is exiled under the cauldron. Anyway, actually, I would say Ballista, and it's probably because Ballista could have been cast for 0 and died instantly, and then exiled, and then he attacks, and then pings itself to return back to. Yeah, I believe that it's the most plausible scenario. So there we have an attack with, I believe, the 2/1 cat token from a Johnny. In this sense, if we are just attacking with 1 cat, not even the 1/1 cat, I think the 1/1 cat would be a free attack, because I don't think I would believe the Young Wolf would always block but then ping itself in order not to trade, in order not to flip a Johnny. But at the same point, let's see. So, because if it would die now, now we could actually do, interesting. So we have a block, and then we are using the +1/+1 counter from Young Wolf, which does is indeed a ballista, to ping a Johnny. This creates an interesting scenario where it will trade, and then triggers will go onto the stack in active player, non-active player, meaning, they realize that, because a Johnny would go on the stack first when the cat dies, but the Undying trigger would go on top, bringing Young Wolf with the +1/+1 counter again before a Johnny could ever flip, and then it would kill it. This forced Mikita to use a Galvanic Blast to kill its own cat in order to flip the a Johnny. And this way, Young Wolf is now a 1/1 without a +1/+1 counter. So it kind of has to die first before he can once again start machine gunning stuff. We had a Johnny activation for a cat and passing the turn. So Bartek is now on their turn 3. We don't have much more creatures. Excuse me. We don't have much more creatures with activated abilities in play for Agatha's Soul Cauldron to be that great. But we do have the Mortuary Spymaster's Vault being played. Oh, that's huge! They could have won this particular. Oh, I think they're winning now. Basically, they are evoking Endurance just to have a creature in the graveyard, so they can now exile it on the Young Wolf, and then ping itself infinitely, because otherwise they would not be able to put a +1/+1 counter on Young Wolf. And now they can go, okay, kill it infinitely. Not infinitely, a deterministic amount equal to the cards they have in their library, more or less. And then use Spymaster's Vault and connive targeting Young Wolf. And it would see the number of times that Young Wolf died. They would draw those like say 50 cards ish. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They are discarding enough non-lands to put +1/+1 counters on Young Wolf, which is a Ballista, which will machine gun Mikita to death. Turn 3 kill. And no Badger Cull involved, no Badger Mole Cub involved, just simple old Yawgmoth shenanigans. Still a deck to be reckoned with. Yeah, I believe they want to see their graveyard just to have an idea, because yeah, this is game. Game 1 is won by Yawgmoth, and we are now going to sideboards. That's a huge Young Wolf with a lot of +1/+1 counters due to Spymaster's Vault. This land that seems to be not like might go under the radar for some players, but it's a key, really key, strong land in this deck. Just allowed to win now. Okay, really nice to see. Oh, players are going to the sideboards. So, from Yawgmoth's side, what could we see? Maybe a Scavenging Ooze to deal with some Flages, of course. Fatal Push is probably also coming in. Liberator, if they are on that card. Different lists will use different cards, but just having a quick check. Force of Vigor could be brought in maybe to deal with some how do you say, bombardments, but let's see. On the side of Boros Energy, I think Surgical Extraction is key here. If you respond to an Undying trigger from Young Wolf before it actually comes back, you could make it that you stop them, you get all of the Young Wolves out of their deck, and it should be enough not to lose on the spot, of course, and probably keep them off of winning, because I don't see any other. Well, it depends. Some Yawgmoth decks use also the Wrangler, Geist something. Wrangler. No, let me write Geist. Which is also an Undying creature. Although I'm not sure if it's a Strangler, not Wrangler. Yeah, Strangled Root Geist. It's a 2/1 Undying Haste, so I guess, yeah, if you have another one of these, you can still do the combos if you get your Young Wolf to be extracted. And I would probably bring some Celestial Purge as well to deal with Yawgmoth, especially, of course. I like a lot Containment Priest. I've been playing it sometimes when I can in Boros, and I think it's actually underplayed in the sideboard. It's great here against Court of Callings, Green Sun Zeniths, and all the Undying triggers. So it's hence I think Yawgmoth should probably bring some Fatal Push. Then Wrath of the Skies is also decent, quite good actually, so I think it should be brought as well, especially because maybe you just go more aggressive, maybe you have really a go wide start as a Boros deck, but maybe you don't, and then you go slower, you let them extend a little bit, and then you wrath the board, and then you try to go over. Wear Tear, I think it's key here. Excuse me. It's key to deal with Soul Cauldron and enchantment that gives them life to Yawgmoth. The Dredger's Insight. So I would say to purge, to Wear Tears and Containing Priest if they have. Oh, the dragon is also, it's backbreaking in against Yawgmoth actually. If they also have it in the sideboard, it's really a must. So we have game 2 starting. Crack into Shock into Guide of Souls, and now we have a Overgrown Tomb being shocked as well into what, a Halfling maybe? Our Yawgmoth player is thinking for a second. No, they passed. We have already a turn 2 Marsh Flats being cracked as well for a Plains. Okay. And then oh, that's a bombardment already. Turn 2 bombardment. There's a Fatal Push most likely. Yep. Fatal Push is the answer. Bombardment this early could just face a Boseija or a Force of Vigor if it was brought in. I was actually watching yesterday's Sweden National Championship, where we had also, spoiler alert, a Boros deck in the finals, and this player was slow rolling the bombardment as a finisher, not ever actually this early, only when they had a lot of creatures already. Dredger's Insight is being cast, enters play, finds a Young Wolf, returning to their hand and gaining 1 life. And we're back to Boros. Another Plains. See, these are the moments where the fetch into a second shock on turn 2 could allow for a Spiromancer to be cast now, but either maybe they don't have it in hand, or they chose to go this way for a particular reason. I don't think they should. They would need to consider their life total, so they could have shocked. Because it's mostly an all-in deck. You win through infinite life or infinite damage anyway. Cards in hand were asked, and Mikita is in the tank, thinking for a second. So white, is that an Ajani? Oh, that's an Ajani, yeah. Resolving, pinging, flipping Ajani, and we have the red permanent, creating another cat, dealing another damage. That's aggressive, and that's nice actually. Keeping the Sacred Foundry available, maybe a Galvanic Discharge available. Maybe they have a Thraben Charm, so they were thinking if whether to commit or not to the board. So Bartek is now on their turn 3 or 4, I'm unsure, because I thought, no, there was no missed land drops. So yeah, turn 3. This is game 2, so our Yawgmoth player is already winning 1-0. Badger Mole Cub is on the stack. It resolves, and it's earth bending that is it a forest? Looks maybe like an altered art forest. Another Dredger's Insight. 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4 milled. Boseija was milled. Can they bring Boseija? I'm unsure. I don't think so. It's not like Malevolent Rumble. I believe only creatures, artifacts, or creature. Oh, they can bring the land actually, and they did bring the possession, but did he not play it? Oh, they did. They played the vault this turn. Okay. A Johnny plus bombardment can just wrath the board now. But is it worth it? I'm also unsure. Oh, I saw a Werther. Ooh, I saw a Werther in Mikita's hand. We have an Arena of Glory being played. And thinking. I think I would... The cup has to be killed anyway. The land, be killed or not, can be relevant. If they have the Clarion Conqueror later on, it's actually better that they it just stays as a land, because then it cannot even tap for mana. I think killing the cub with a Johnny activation for 2, then attacking for 2, and then having bombardment at the ready. A good play would be killing the land on their upkeep, because then it returns into play tapped, and then basically they are slowing them 1 turn. They would only be able to do any instant speed shenanigans during the upkeep to use that mana. So, what would players decide now? Still thinking. 1, 2, 3, counting. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 cards in hand. Okay. Yep, we have an Ajani activation killing the cub into, what is that, a Flage? Flage face. Are they sacking holding priority? They are in the land. I mean, that's more aggro, but they would be able to use that land next turn, so I don't know. Not that bad, but I believe upkeep would be the best timing. And we have an attack for 2. They are on 8, so basically it's still pretty aggressive, so I can see that maybe they might just be dead next turn, so it's definitely understandable. We have 2 cats attacking for 4. A Johnny activation dealing 3, that's 7. And then using all cats to bombardment, there's 3 more, so that would be 10. So even a creature coming now back to hand somehow, like with Dredge's Insight and pushing them up to 10 life would not be enough. This could be the game for Boros now. There's still the Bosejo. Okay, so we have a Badger Mole Cup once again there. Cauldron? Okay, interesting. What would they have? Cauldron in the graveyard, they have Bosejo being played. Ooh, Young Wolf being played. I mean, if Ballista is once again there, they have it. Infinite life, at the very least, infinite life. Flage is in the graveyard with 2 other cards available, so I'm not sure. I think it was a tiny bit too slow for the Yawgmoth player, although they could not control what happened to them. A Johnny into bombardment was just too fast. Have a Flooded Strand, 5th land for Mikita, and what now? Let me try to see. I cannot see any cards in there. Wait, 11? Why 11 life though? Was another land card? I'm not sure. I thought they were at 8. I see them at 11 now. If Ballista was in the yard, which is literally just the last piece they need, they still have wear and tear. So I think there's no way that Yawgmoth is surviving, because yeah, we can see Mikita has a wear tear in hand. So the moment they are going to activate Agatha Soul Cauldron, they can simply fuse wear tear, deal with 1 dredgers and with Agatha Soul Cauldron in response, and their board is still wide enough. We have 2 cats available. There is, looks like there's some math being done. Okay, so yeah, there was an activation from Johnny. Now we have, what is that? Oh, that's a Yawgmoth. Okay, so there was a Yawgmoth in the yard. In response to the damage from a Johnny on the cub, they are activating Agatha Soul Cauldron to exile Yawgmoth. And then when it is exiled, they can choose a target to put a +1/+1 counter that would have the ability of the exiled creatures on the artifact. And in response, of course, we have the fused wear tear targeting Soul Cauldron and Dredger's Inside, I believe. So that, ooh, there's an endurance in their hand, but yeah, it's gonna be probably really hard to come back from this. Let's see. Yawgmoth does resolve, is exiled, so it does gain them 1 life. And then there's still the damage, I believe, being... Wait, what? I believe they thought they could... Maybe there was a moment they thought they could use their earthbending creature as a Yawgmoth creature. Yawgmoth Soul Cauldron creature, but of course that's not possible. We have now an attack for 4 and a trade with Young Wolf, which will trigger Undying and come back. So our Yawgmoth player would be down to 2. Actually down to 2, no, down 2 life, but it's being responded. Basically, no damage was dealt by that cat as it was sacrificed to the bombardment to deal 1 point to face. It's 1 more damage, and also means that Young Wolf does not have a +1/+1 counter, which can be relevant for future Agatha Soul Cauldrons. Now, Endurance is castable, hard castable, for a surprise block if needed. There's also a Flooded Strand available, and I believe 1, 2, 3, already 3 cards other than Flage in Mikita's graveyard. We have another cub earthbending the same forest and passing, and the end step Flooded Strand being cracked. Elegant Parlor most likely finding. I would expect them to just instantly put it down to instantly surveilling to the graveyard. Exactly, because yeah, now the only thing is there's an upkeep endurance. Really well timed, because Flage would just come down with haste this turn. It does force their hand, and now the cat. Oh, that's nice, because there's one more creature. Endurance is a 3/4 though, so if they want to go through, it's gonna be hard now. Guide of Souls was cast, and now a Johnny will be activated, can deal 3 damage, gain 1 energy and 1 life. Those 3 could be used to deal 3 to endurance maybe, and then sacking a creature. Oh, there's a Flage. Oh, even easier. Flage can deal 4 damage. Is it gonna be phase, or is it gonna be endurance? Or cub? It looks like it's phase. We have players. Oh, it's probably lethal. No, yeah, it's lethal. It was phase. I would expect them to have hold priority and crack it with bombardment, and then a Johnny activation dealing another 3 phase, and then cracking all creatures to deal damage phase with Goblin Bombardment. That was our Yawgmoth player. Bartek was almost hanging in there, but yeah, it was just too wide for them to handle all that pressure. The draw or play nature of this match also is quite important, because either Boros goes really fast and wide early, and then the Yawgmoth kind of needs to deal with the pressure being dealt to them, and also possible removal to their creatures. Or if it's the other way around, if the Yawgmoth just manage to go slightly wider with Badger Moles and ramp and so on, it could happen that the Boros player just does not have enough mana and mana as a resource for all the removal that they might have in hand to deal with all those creature-based combos, as we have seen in game 1 with a turn 3 kill. So we are now going to game 3 on our round 4 of the Polish National Championship. We are 1-1, Mikita as our Boros player and Bartek as our Yawgmoth player. Let's see, players are taking mulligan decisions. There's both of them mulligan to 6 at the very least. Okay, I hope you are having a better experience now with less glare on our featured match table. It's pretty hard to deal with these situations. Light has to be really diffuse, coming from a low angle if possible. Otherwise, it can just can mess up a lot streaming the streaming table. Been there, done that, and yeah, it's pretty hard. We have a mulligan to 5, I believe, from our Yawgmoth player. Both players are at 3-0. Out of 6 rounds, I would say 4-1-1 would be the lowest, maybe, to get to top 8. Any loser here would still have a possibility to get there. Let's see. And it looks like Mikita kept their keep to 6. And are they still deciding on their 5 though? I think so. Maybe no lands, maybe 2 lands. Sometimes there's just hands you cannot keep. And yes, we have a Mole to 5. Overgrown Tomb as a land that I seen there, I think. Shocked. And is that what, the Young Wolf? Now it's a Greensun Zenith into a Dryad Arbor, turn 1. Not so bad, not so bad. 2 mana, 3 mana on turn 2. Is it Bolt the Bird time? No, it's Shocking to Cat. Flooded Strand into possibly Sacred Foundry and Ocelot Pride as a turn 1 player. Another Greensun Zenith being drawn. This could found a 2-drop, a cub. Ooh, land into Greensun for 2 would be Bedgermole Cub into another land and tapping with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana, maybe. I don't know if that's the play. Windswept Teeth being cracked, finding maybe a forest. No need to punish much the same old forest. Is that an altered art or one of those secret lairs? I'm gonna quickly check, because kind of looks like one of those secret lairs. Forest, at the same time finding it with all of this is gonna be near to impossible. And it looks like it was the play, yep. Greensun, was it Greensun, or I just looked away for a second and I lost it. But I would say a 1, a 2, a 3. I would say it was probably a Greensun for a cub. If it wasn't, they still have Greensun available for next turn. But yeah, let's see. So we have, oh, that's what, a Johnny? No, that was what? That is that the fungus that cracks to kill something? Ocelot died. A Johnny's in play. Sorry, I missed a second, and all these alternate art cards are being hard for me to figure out what happened. So 3 lands. What was that killed? It's a ballista from the, it was a ballista for 2, I believe, that pinged the cat in response, so the Johnny would not flip. That's the Fallout artwork, I think. So no Grandson Zenith was cast, so it's still available in their hand. Yeah, we can see it now. And the last card looks like it's a Windswept ETH. So they are a bit... Yeah, mulligan to 5, cannot expect miracles. Grandson Zenith for 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe, so 3. What would it be? Endurance? Nah. A bigger, chunky creature to block. What is that? They could still also be floating mana. Is it a Scavenging Ooze? Yeah, Windswept being played. What happened there? What is that? Was it? No. A Johnny was killed somehow with that creature entering play. Was it an ETB? No. I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding all those strange artworks in play. If you know and you can give me a hand. Oopsie. Sacrificed Earthband, Greased. Oh, of course. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Greased, sacking the land, returning and killing a Johnny. Yep, Greased. Of course, it's a creature anywhere other than the battlefield, so it can be fetched with the Greensun Zenith. Now we have a Spyro being cast, discarding a Flage and a Guide of Souls, I think. And then creating 2 tokens, I believe. Oh, they are being represented by those red sleeves. it was exerted and it attacked the Grist, which was already at 1 loyalty by having used the -2 ability. So we have a Windswept for a mortuary, underground mortuary, surveilling. They kind of need one of those rumble into something maybe, because it fills their graveyard. Rumble into Agatha or something could be good. Verdant Catacombs being ditched. Excuse me. So, and we have a draw and pass. Mikita, our Boros player, is now in their main phase. Flooded Strand being played, 2 mana into another Journey, another cat. And go to combat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage. 1 elemental blocked. 5 coming through, I believe, down to 11. And a fatal push, I think, in the end step for the Ajani. Or, yeah, I don't think that would be a dismember. I believe it would be a fatal push. It's looking grim for Bartek. Another draw go. Let's hope it was a good draw like that last fatal push. And we have an end step crack, Flooded Strand for an Elegant Parlor. Surveilling, trigger on the stack. What is it? Chun 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 chun. Secret Foundry to the yard. Untap, upkeep, draw. Looks like another. Upkeep something. Upkeep Boseiju on the arena. Not bad, not bad. Not. Yeah. Or on the draw step. On draw step would be better because then he cannot search for another parlor before drawing. But there's still a window there. He does float the mana. He could use like a. It could use it for an instant speed spell. He finds a plains. Well, is there a flage? There is a flage in the yard. So yeah, you can still, at the very least. Another. Oh, GG. And he had it in hand. Nice. Yeah, Arena of Glory from hand. Flage was in the yard, so it can be escaped with haste, wrecking Bartek for sure. No way there's coming back from there. There was a blocker. There he had still 5 damaging creatures, 6 damage from the hasty Flage, double trigger, plus the body. Yeah, GG. This is our final result for these players at round 4. We are gonna have pretty soon. Let me just double check. Yeah, pretty soon we have our round 5 coming up. So stay tuned. And we will bring you more Magic the Gathering. Hello and welcome back. Yeah, this one was pretty slightly faster. If you are just tuning in, I'm Bal. I'm your host for now for the Polish National Championship that you can it is taking place now in Warsaw in Poland, of course. And you have 60 players battling through 6 rounds of modern into a top 8 cut. Top 8 players will be invited to the European Magic Cup. The winner gets this amazing altered Bayou by Shivan Art. All participants have this super cute and beautiful foil token of an Eldrazi spawn, and up to top 16 they have some cool heavy play merchandising. We are ready to get you through our round 5 to see to see 2 more players. Basically, these are not undefeated for 0 players, either because there is none or by choice to showcase some different decks. We have basically on our left side, I believe to be Carol Banach. Sorry if I'm butchering the name. They seem to be on Amulet Titan, first that we see today. Let's see some shenanigan, land matters, loops, and so on. And on our right side, I believe to be Paul. It's also small in my screen. Olonvinsky. Hope I'm not butchering too much the name. And I believe they are on Boros Energy, our third game showcasing third round with Boros Energy on the top. It's still a deck to be reckoned with. Not, I wouldn't say not favored against Titan, but sometimes if they go fast enough and wide enough, it can be. Ooh, that's a 10 from our Amulet player. It can be fast enough for the Amulet Titan not to have time to assemble their combo. Players are now shuffling up for their game 1. If you are just tuning in, this is round 5 of 6 Swiss rounds of the Polish National Championship, sponsored by the European Unit League, taking place in Warsaw in Paprykarz site, which I suppose it's their LGS. And yes, players are deciding. We have a mulligan from Carol, I believe, on Amulet Titan, and then maybe looks like it's a keep from our Boros player. We had just made our streaming place a little bit better. I hope you're having a better experience now with less glare. And I hope you are enjoying the stream so far. Hopefully it's better to follow up. Mulligan to 6. I don't know if all of you viewers know these players. If you have some favorites, leave some comments in the chat. If you know them personally or even not, it's always good to see some cheering, some interaction with the viewer base, and yeah, cheering for their friends or favorite players. So. Decisions. Is this a keep to... yeah, looks like it's a keep to 6. Okie dokes. And they are starting. That's a Bosejo into Sloth into Gruul Turf. Pass. Okay, not bad. That looks like a full art altered Sloth. Arboreal Grazer. Quite pretty, to be honest. Our Boros player, Ragavan can be pretty sad in these matchups, even if you're just starting, because the 0-3 can just slay down. And there it goes, Elegant Parlor surveilling a Ragavan to the yard. Turn 2 for our Yawgmoth player. We have an Urza Saga on 1. Nice. that can... is that... that's a spelunking maybe? Yeah, a spelunking, drawing a card and putting into play a Bosejo. We have 4 mana on turn 2. Next turn, a bounce land can mean a Titan going off with haste at the very least. Let's see how it goes. We have turn 2 Marsh Flats, I think, into a Plains. It's probably, I would say, even with a Moltu, if they have the Charm, I think they should Charm. There's Voice of Victory, I think. Looks like a Voice of Victory. We have an untap. Saga Trigger. What? Oh, it looked like a Titan, but no. It's a Crumbling Vestige. Trigger ETB to float a mana. And yeah, looks like 6, looks like there's a Titan coming. Or is it Scapeshift? No. Floating mana, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. The way they are floating, I would say it's probably Scapeshift. It looks like it is, yes. Original Morningtide artwork. 2 floating mana. And this should be game? I think so. I mean... They can go for the Analyst loop. Their opponent is tapped out, so double... What's that? Yeah, that's the double Lotus Field. Otawara... Not Otawara. Transmute land and bounce land. Yep, floating a bunch of mana. They're gonna bounce the Transmute land, search for a Pact, cast Pact, find, I believe, the Analyst, and they should be able to go off. They have Artifact, the derp. They have Enchantment, Land. They're gonna have Instant, and the creature itself Sorcery. So they, somewhere in there, they will need to find a Shifting Woodland though, and that. I'm trying to learn this deck, but I'm still not there yet. I believe that's... yeah, they will have to find it somewhere in there. Oh, yeah, of course, Stellaria West will come back again. They could bounce, but they already played the land for the turn. Yeah, Pact is being... Stellaria West is being transmuted into Pact. Pact into Analyst. It has to be cast to trigger the ETB to mill 3 cards. These cannot be shortcuttable, but I believe this should be game. Let's see. They still have 1 or 2 floating. No, yeah, they have the 6 floating for those double. Otawara was bounced. Something else. So now they crack the Analyst to bring all the lands back to play. They would need... I mean, worst case scenario, they can go Titan and Titan. So another Pact into Titan. Titan gets them Shifting Woodland, and then they do the Infinite Loop, and I believe that's GG. So they're... So all the lands are coming into play untapped due to the Spelunking. They are floating mana in response to the bounce and sacrificial triggers from the Lotus Fields and their double Karoo lands. Bouncing a bunch of mana. They will be able to bounce Stellaria West again. Transmute it to another Summoner's Pact. Titan, Shifting Woodlands, Infinite Mana, Infinite Titans, Haste, GG. That should be it. So, double bounce Otawara and Stellaria West. sacrificing some lands. Some still stay because they just have enough to be sacrificed and bounced. It looks like our Boros player wants to see, and yeah, show me how you go. At least not falling for the trick of the trick. Well, Luis Scott Vargas happened to have won a tournament playing Storm without actually having Tendrils in the deck for like a mistake or something, but players would say, yeah, you win, you have enough. So at the very least, ask your opponents to actually show them the final cards for lethal, just in case. You never know. Not that they would be playing, that they would be trying to cheat anything, but it could happen. They either lost it, or even if all players just scoop like that, you could just not play the card, because at the moment you're going off, now I do this and that, and they scoop, and you don't play Shifting Woodlands in the deck, for example, and then it means you have an extra slot for something else. So it could somehow happen something like that, where players are looking at their sideboard plans and taking some decisions. I would expect excuse me, I would expect our Boros player to take out some Ragavans, because even on the play, just a slot on turn 2 can be a bit basically cancelling all that turn 1 play. At the same time, if they don't have the slot, kind of make them have it. Connecting with Ragavan and exiling Analyst or a specific land, which this Titan deck needs there are a couple of one-off lands that are really important for the loops, like Talaria West, Urza's Cave, Shifting Woodland. Simple Shifting Woodland exiled can be devastating. Hanware Battlements, so it can be devastating enough to maybe keep it. But yeah, it depends. It can also just never connect due to the sloth. Otherwise, an extra Blood Moon from the sideboard is probably good to grab. Damping Sphere can also be devastating for the Karu lands and the Lotus Fields, just generating colorless mana. Other than that, Orange Chant, if they are on it, in response to, say, that Scape Shift, for example, or even casting preemptively in their upkeep when they are going to have 4, 5, 6 mana with an Amulet of Vigor effect in place, say Amulet of Vigor or the enchantment. So it could be devastating enough. Wear Tear is great here. Of course, they should bring it. Dealing with the Amulet, the Urza Sagas, the Spelunkings, it can be pretty devastating as well. On the other hand, our Amulet player will most likely bring, I think they would bring a Force of Vigor to deal with the hate that is probably coming, like the Magus, the Blood Moon, and the Damping Sphere. 6 might be used. Excuse me, might be brought. I'm not sure. Dismember. Dismember. I'm not sure. Insidious Fungus also to get rid of the Blood Moons. Maybe another Ottawara and another Boseija for sure to deal with these effects, these Staxy effects that the Boros deck might bring. So let's see how it goes. This was a Multi 6 on the play, winning on turn 3. So our Boros player with 2 lands and a Voice of Victory couldn't do anything but to sit and watch. and I don't think there would be anything. Well, the only thing would be keeping the 2 mana up to for a Thraben Charm. Either if they had it, they should have. If they didn't have it, there's the question of bluffing it or not. Anyway, they could have gone for a different route other than the Analyst to play around it. There should be ways to do so, just going for a regular Titan hasty attack. And okay, if they did nothing, or if they just kept the 2 hands into Thraben Charm, would have done nothing to that line. So nothing to say against their play, just exploring alternative ways that this match could have gone, but there's not much. We have a turn 1 Ragavan that we were talking, that would they keep it or not? Sacred Foundry into Ragavan. I think both players kept 7. Looks like there's a Sloth once again. Yep, Bosejo into Sloth. Different artwork, quite pretty as well. Vestige, ooh, into another Sloth. Into a Karuland, bouncing Bosejo. That's strong, because even if they would want to connect with Ragavan, they would need double Galvanix Discharge. And they will be untapping on turn 2, actually, with 4 mana once again. Yep. It's a difficult matchup. Arid Mesa being cracked. If they find a plains, I mean, most likely they might find a plains for a future. No need. Maybe might not need to go for it already, because they might have plenty of more fetch lands to find that plains for a future Blood Moon. We have another Sacred Foundry. And what is going to be the play? Guide of Souls into an Ocelot Pride. Going wide, that's all they can do, I believe, at the very least. 1 life, 1 energy, another cat, another life, another energy, and we're going back to Carol as the Titan player. And tap up, keep draw. Looks like they drew an Ottawara, unsure. 1, 2, 3, Boseju can be a 4th mana, untapped. But so far no Amulet of Vigor effects. Going wide is definitely the best option they might have, at the very least for now. I mean, it's a mid-range deck against a pretty fast and combo deck. Unsure if they are running the latest tech of Mana Tithe, which could be somewhat detrimental. Not now, but next turn, because that's a Vesuva. Okay, as a copy of Crumbling Vestige, I believe, triggering for mana but doing nothing. So Boseju is still available, and 3 mana. That's another Guide of Souls. That would be the 3rd energy. That would allow a creature to fly, but the sloths have reach anyway, so Ragavan most likely not connecting. And there's, is that a Dismember? What is that? Endurance? No, there couldn't be an Endurance cast with red, green, colorless. Oh, it's Fire Spout, I believe. No, yeah, I would believe it's right. Fire Spout is instant. I'm forgetting they have that. That's devastating. Fire Spout. And they do have red and green. No, it's a sorcery. What am I saying then? Fire magic? What was that? Fire. Is there an alternative artwork for fire magic? No. Blood, is it the blood vengeance something? Yeah, Vampire's Vengeance. Yeah, that was a Vampire's Vengeance, dealing 2 damage to each non-vampire creature and creating a blood token. Devastating, devastating. So that white sleeve looks like it's representing a blood token. They had their turn playing a Simic Karoo land, bouncing Vesuva. Boseija is still available. We have a Flooded Strand cracked 2 into a Plains. 2 or 3 cards in the hand of our Boros player. Right? Okie dokes. It's looking grim. The combo deck became a control deck to some extent. I mean, yeah, it's finding their sideboard hate, so not much. It's a Spyro. Spyro. ATB discard up to 2. They are discarding. Wait, no? What is that? Looks like the Spyro, but is that no? There's I'm unsure what was that card. They are, oh, it's an surgical extraction, I believe. It can, if they are searching their deck, yeah, they're probably surgicaling something. There's a Cultivator Colossus in their hand, I think, if that is their hand. And they are, oh, it's they just surgically the Blood Vengeance, which unfortunately to them only has 1 card in their deck. And then they discard another Spyro, getting 1 elemental token and drawing 2 cards and passing the turn. So we can have a glimpse now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 mana. There's a Summoner Spect being able to find a Titan next turn, but no, once again, no Vigor effects. This is looking tough. And step something? I don't remember. Maybe Boseija? No. Boseija would be their 6th untapped mana source. What did we miss here? Did they have a Dismember in hand that I didn't see? They are derp. They are activating the Blood token, discarding Cultivator Colossus and drawing a card. They managed to find Amulet plus the Vesuva it would be enough as a bounce land. They could go off here, but let's see. They play a Vesuva. Yeah, Vesuva as a copy of Crumbling Vestige, using Summoner's Pact to find a Titan as the 6th mana, and they are casting the Titan now. ETB, finding 2 lands. Once again, there is no untapping effect in play, but it's just deal with it play. They don't always need to combo off, just deal with this 6/6. They have no energy on the other side, and so they would need a double Galvanic Discharge to kill it. Yep, this is looking pretty much like a 2-0 for the Amulet deck. Oh, okay, they're considering a Bajuka Bog. which, yeah, I mean, why not? Bazooka Bog and Bounce Land would have it available for the future, but the Bounce Land can come just later anytime soon they want. I guess Bazooka Bog and Urza Saga would be decent if somehow the Boros player manages to come back from this. We have a forest and a Bazooka Bog. Okay, just a forest. Yeah, it makes sense to have a forest because they do have the Boseiju in hand, and if a hate piece connects Damping Sphere or Blood Moon, at the very least they can deal with it. Of course, that forest is crucial there. 1/2 mana, that's an Ajani, I believe. Is there... oh, Surveil, Elegant Parlor. And that's... well, kind of looks like the earlier Surgical Extraction artwork that they used. Let me see that artwork. Surgical Extraction. Is it the buy a box promo, or is it the double? Maybe the double. Yeah, it's like the... yeah, maybe it's the double Masters alternative artwork. So we are back to Carol. I believe they're... yeah, they paid for their pact. And then they still have 1, 2, 3, 4 mana available to them. 2 mana, probably floating a mana, and they are using... oh, that's the... is that the deal for damage and counterable spell? I believe so. They're killing a Johnny, so there's no flip shenanigans. Attacking with Titan and searching for 2 lands. Just regular beats with Amulet Titan. The search trigger is finding... still thinking... is it the Shifting Woodland? Yeah, looks like a Shifting Woodland and the okay, and the Simic Growth Chamber. So yeah, that's a good choice, because even if they manage to kill the Titan, next turn Shifting Woodland would be able... maybe not. Instant creature would almost be able to just copy the Titan and attack for another trigger. It would need another type in the yard to achieve Delirium. And we have another Ajani. They just keep coming. Or, yep, another Ajani. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Bombardment here would be nice, but yeah, once again, still would be able to kill the Titan. But no, just 1 card in hand from the Boros player. I believe they have passed the turn, and maybe Carol is thinking in the end step. They do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They do have enough mana now, enough power now to triple or quadruple. Ow, sorry. Triple or quadruple block the Amulet Titan. So what is it gonna be? End step something. Is it a... no, it cannot be. Maybe a Dismember. Yeah, they are tapping the black Bazooka box source, so it's probably a Dismember available to them. would be more mana efficient, and then they would have no, it would not add to Delirium for Shifting Woodland. It's the Bosejo. Interesting. Of course, makes total sense. They need that the land is the 4th type for the Delirium to be achieved. Then they can just copy Cultivator's Colossus with the Shifting Woodland in their next combat step, and that's most likely lethal because it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's an 8/8 Cultivator Colossus, getting 2 more lands from the Titan trigger, which means that it's a 10/10, and it has trample, right? Cultivator Colossus. It does have trample, yep. So that should be it. Let's see. I have a draw. There's 1 mana available to them. They went for the Elegant Parlor. Looks like 3 or 4 mana being floated for a Spelunking. 3 mana probably. ETB, draw a card, put a land into play. Now, that's no clue what that is, but that should be it. 2 Karoo lands can activate the Shifting Woodland, go to combat, worst case scenario find an Otawara and another Karoo land to bounce another blocker, but players are taking their time. This is the 5th round actually. Winning here would put them in a really great position to get to the top 8. So it looks like that's the cloning land. Mirror Pool, probably an altered Mirror Pool. So I think it's a clever play because these will get them lands that will still allow them to activate the Shifting Woodland. It would die. It would be bad in face of a Path to Exile, which some players are coming back to, and in response they basically would have time walk themselves. So I would say a bit risky in that sense. There we have Battlements and a red source to haste the new clone Titan at the beginning once attack. So yeah, they can no longer go for the Shifting Woodland. I believe they do not have mana for that, or do they? Unless they have floating mana, they might have. That is another alternative artwork. Strange. Is that a Spelunking too for another? Maybe an Explorer to put another play into. Yeah. No. Well, we have another land drop somehow into activating Shifting Woodland as a copy of Cultivator Colossus. Because it was played last turn and they controlled him from the beginning of their turn. Now it no longer has Summoning Sickness, so we have a huge Cultivator Colossus and 2 Titans attacking, finding 4 lands, and this is most likely lethal. So we should excuse me, we should be seeing a concession pretty soon. unless the Angel Song with one single man. Was it Angel Song? There was some fog effects in white. Of course, not played in today's or is this, yeah, Angel Song. No, of course not played in Modern these days. And it costs 2, so they don't even have the mana for it. One could say that not getting the Elegant Parlor and having regular planes to bluff a charm or something could have made Carol take a different or more careful approach, but I don't think it would matter anyway. Especially having top deck the Spelunking. And we have blocks being done. All creatures have trample, but there's a Notawara on a Johnny just so it doesn't flip somehow. And there's the handshake. 2-0, Unstoppable Amulet Titan. Even on a multi to 6 on game 1. Of course, it's a really strong combo deck. And there is not much tools for Boros Energy to interact on pre-boarded and on game 1, and even with the sideboard it's hard. Let's see, they got Werther, a surgical extraction, 2 surgical extractions, and a bit hard to see those 2 cards over there. A bit orange or red. What were those? Is that an Orim's Chant alternative artwork? Let me double check. Orim Chant, because I think they have a strength. Could it be? Kind of looks like the Modern Horizons alternative artwork. Otherwise, I'm not recognizing. Magic is doomed with all of these alternative artworks. Please make Magic great again. Give us regular artworks. Anyway, I hope you are enjoying. We are now finishing our round 5. Soon enough, we will have our round 6. Just before the cut, there might be some IDs, not identity cards, IDs as intentional draws, and but we hope to bring you another feature match for round 6 of this Polish National Championship. If you're just tuning in, you can see what these players are fighting for. A Bayou land, really pretty, really beautiful, altered by Shivan art. We also have all the participants take this super cute Eldrazi spawn token. If you're playing Malevolent Rumble or any Eldrazi deck, this is super cute and really beautiful in foil. Then we also have top 16 getting some heavy play merchandising, pretty nice deck boxes, play mats, and so on. And of course, the top 8, they will be invited to the European Magic Cup. I believe we will also have another caster joining us later for round 6. So stay tuned, and we will see you in a moment.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Polish National Championship. We had 60 players heading into this tournament for 6 rounds of some modern followed by a top 8. And here we are at round number 6. We're going to look to have somebody else punch their ticket into the top 8. Bal, how about we talk about this matchup? Who have we got playing and what decks are they on?
Well, so we have a Zoo on our left side playing against Brutescale. Quite interesting matchup. They are both 4-1, so yeah, it's gonna be a tight match, I believe.
And it looks like at 4-1 at this stage in the tournament, quite likely that the winner of this match will be heading into our top 8, which will be taking place right after this round. If you lose, you're out. You're definitely out. But if you draw, you might still be in with a chance here. And Zoo versus Brutescale, who do we think is favoured in this matchup? What kind of tools do either of these players have?
So, Brutescale being a combo deck could try to go fast to some extent, but I think Zoo has a lot of removal at their disposal. So it might be tricky. At the same time, if the Zoo player doesn't manage to finish it up so fast, there is the inevitability of Emrakul. So there's also that to consider. Although some lists of Zoo are playing now consign main deck, if they have at least 1 or 2, it could be enough to safeguard at the very least round 1, I think, not to lose, to have access to those cards. So I can see it goes both ways.
Absolutely. Well, how about we spotlight onto our players now as we get into round 6. We can see both of our players now shuffling up their decks. We have Zoo on the left and we have Brutescale on the right. Yeah,
Thomas Duciek. I hope I'm not butchering the name. The top name I believe to be the left player piloting Zoo, and Thomas Sodomirst. Sorry for butchering it.
Sodomirst, something like that.
Okay, great.
Any Polish players in the chat maybe can correct our pronunciation of these names. And I think we got Thomas Duciek or something like that. Again, if I butchered that, I do apologize. Looks like both our players are shuffling up their decks heading into game 1 of the 6th round. And these players here for the Polish National Championship. I believe everybody in the top 8 has secured an invite to the European Magic Cup. Am I right in saying that?
You are definitely right, yeah. All top 8 players will be going to the European Magic Cup in the spring of 2026. So yeah, that's at the very least a really nice prize to pack up with.
And can I just say, that absolutely gorgeous Bayou that's been altered by Shivan Art as the top prize for the winner of this tournament. Our players are playing for a very coveted prize, in addition to being able to call themselves the Polish National Champion of 2025.
Yeah, definitely. And if they are not much into Legacy, at the very least, they now have a great Legacy card to maybe start playing.
Yeah, maybe they want to build a Golgari commander deck, and they want to make sure that they have the best mana base, so our Bayou is certainly going to get you there. Let's head back to our players now, as we believe our players now taking mulligans here. So we can see Thomas on the right is looking at his 7. I see a couple copies of, I believe, Eldrazi Temple. I see an Urza's Saga as well. We see Tomasz on the left has a Leyline of the Guild Pact. The ideal turn 1 play if you're on the Zoo side, Bal.
Yep, definitely. If they manage to pair it up with a Cyan on turn 2, it's going to be hard for Thomas to try to deal with any creatures with their Kozilek's commands. And the turn 1 Ragavan is quite nice.
Yeah, turn 1 Ragavan from the Zeus side is exactly what you want to see in conjunction with a Leyline of the Guild Pact on turn 1. But Samaj on the right-hand side with Broodskale has an optimal turn one of his own with Urza's Saga coming down on the field. Probably one of the most powerful lands, if not the most powerful land ever printed, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. This land just does decks that can play this land. They can go do their main plan for the deck, or sometimes if it goes off, they can just start creating constructs and completely go sideways on what their opponent just sided in to face their combos or whatever. So yeah, one way or another, you're well served with this land.
Absolutely, and let's not forget as well that third chapter on Urza's Saga is going to allow him to tutor for an artifact with mana cost 1 or 0, probably a Blade of the Blood Chief, but it could be something like a Vexing Bauble, a Springleaf Drum, a Soul Guide Lantern, even a Haywire Might, potentially to deal with the powerful enchantment on the Zoo side. But we see Eldrazi Temple come down with a Glaring Fleshraker, another very powerful Modern Horizons 3 card, to help support these very powerful Eldrazi-based decks, like Broodskale, like Gruul Ramp. They're doing so well in the modern format at the moment, and Tamaj now has to eye up his options as he swings in with a Ragavan and a Snap Block from Sodomishki.
Yep, no thoughts about it, just instantly Snap Blocked, which is still a good trade for Thomas. 1 mana to deal with that Glaring Fleshraker. It's still very good because it can just be one of the outlets just to win with non-combat damage directly to face.
Well, it looks like we don't have the turn 2 sign of Draco from Dujek's side, but we do have another very powerful 2-drop in Territorial Kavu, yet another very powerful card from MH3? Or is it MH2? My Modern Horizons chronology has gotten very muddled over the years.
I will double check. I would say 2.
I believe it is Modern Horizons 2, but that is going to be a 5/5, and when it attacks, the Jack is going to be able to have the opportunity to discard and draw, maybe find a Sign of Draco off the top of his library, or exile a card from a graveyard. But here we go, we see Basking Broodskale come down with a Blade of the Blood Chief on it, and Rocky Ballista for 0 is going to come down. That's going to be a kill.
If he has the outlet for infinite mana, it is a definite kill there. Otherwise, it's an infinite, hugely Broodskale now. Let's see what it goes.
Well, how about we talk about how this combo works, Bol? Because we know that Sodomishki now has access to infinite colorless mana, but what is he actually doing?
Well, by the blade has a triggered ability that when a creature dies, it can put a +1/+1 counter on the equipped creature, and Broodskale itself, the creature, has a static effect that when a +1/+1 counter is put onto itself, it creates another science. So basically, it creates infinite science. It looks like he's doubling infinite. Well, it. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, basically, it doesn't look like he has the outlet just now, but with the second blade, he's now able to equip another Scion and go positive on infinite Scions, and then keep equipping each of them to grow them infinitely large. So I don't think there's a way to get back from here.
It's definitely looking quite dire now for Dujek. As we see double Blade of the Blood Chief on Sodomishki's side of the board, and we're now going to make an infinite number of Eldrazi Scions. He's getting the Dark Energy out. He's got too many tokens to represent. Now we're going to make some infinitely large creatures an infinite number of times. And now, as we see Dujek untap and draw for the turn, is there anything he could do about this? My money is on no. And he agrees. He scoops up his permanents. A turn 0 Leyline of the Guild Pact into a turn 1 Ragavan, but not enough for the domain player. As we see Broodskale taking game 1 in very quick fashion.
Yep, and that was a strong hand. Even if he didn't trade with Ragavan, the creature itself would be the outlet for the infinite damage phase. So one way or another, he had the way out. Pretty strong.
Absolutely. And our players now going to be heading into sideboarding for game 2 of this match. A reminder, this is round 6 out of 6 for Swiss. The winner of this match will most likely be heading into our top 8 and securing their invite to the European Magic Cup that will be taking place in Bologna. So it's a big match for both of them. They have spent the whole year trying to gather points for the leaderboard, qualify for the Nationals event, just to have a chance to qualify for the European Magic Cup. They want that invite, they want that Bayou, they want that trophy, and they want that title.
Yep, definitely. That's a great achievement to look for. It's a great thing this European Unity League is doing, trying to unify all countries around Europe to have these players being able to battle for something else than what Fanfinity or Wizards they can do for the player base. So that's, I believe, a really cool system that players have now available to them.
Absolutely. How about we have a chat about sideboarding, Ball? I'm taking a look at like a general Gruul Brood scale list. I'm just going to run through the list for you. This is like a typical Gruul Brood scale sideboard. We don't really know what deck list these players are playing, but we can provide an estimate and maybe talk about certain sideboarding strategies that our players may be implementing. So let's have a look at this Gruul Brood scale sideboard. I see 1 Gemstone Caverns. I see a Grafdigger's Cage. I see Nature's Claim, 2 of them. I see a Pithing Needle. I see an Unholy Heat. I see a Veil of Summer. I see a Vexing Bauble. I see a Damping Sphere. I see a Warping Whale. I see a Dismember, I see a Fire Spout, I see 2 copies of Thief of Existence, and I see a copy of Emrakul the Promised End. What kind of sideboard cards do you think the Gruul Brood scale deck is looking for against a Domain Zoo deck that can present some very fast and often uninteractable kills?
So I think Gemstone Caverns on the draw is an easy pick. Nature's Claim can deal with the ley lines or Scion itself, because Scion can just be cast for 2 with the Triumph and the regular shock on turn 2 without the access to the ley line, so it's not that it's uncastable. Unholy Hit can also be good. I would bring Veil of Summer, considering some consigns would be brought as well. And I think Dismember could be a possibility. At the same time, the life loss can be, it's what they are racing against. And maybe an Emrakul for more inevitability. Then yeah.
And let's take a look at Domain Zoo. Here is a Domain Zoo sideboard here. Looking a lot like the kind of sideboards you see from the Jeskai control decks of old, but let's have a look at it as I see 1 Consign to Memory, 1 Path to Exile, 1 Ragavan Nimble Pilferer, 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Torpor Orb, 2 copies of Wrath of the Skies, 2 Ashiok Dream Render, 1 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, 2 Wear Tear. So a very Jeskai control looking sideboard from this Domain Zoo list, but still a lot of answers for this Gruul Brood scale deck, potentially.
Definitely. Consign is, of course, coming in for sure. This list that we are seeing already has 2 mains, so they only need to bring another one. That's for sure. Surgical Extraction, I would see it come in because they are playing against a Malevolent Rumble deck, and it could happen that they get to snap one of those key cards. Wrath of the Skies can be pretty good, considering they are facing sagas and also some early creatures, and it also deals with the sword. Clarion Conqueror is devastating actually against Broodscale. That's why they usually have actually the access to Dismember, because all their science can no longer be cracked for mana. Mm-hmm. And then Wear Tear for sure against Urza Sagas and the sword itself. I would see those things coming in.
Absolutely. For those of you who are new here, welcome. This is the Polish national tournament for the European Unity League. We have 60 players here. We are in round 6 of 6 for Swiss. And at the end of this round, we should, in theory, have a winner for this match and another entrant into the top 8 and another invite going out for the European Magic Cup happening in Bologna early next year. We are about to head into Game 2. Both of our players have drawn their 7. I see an Urza Saga for Sodomirski here, and we see Leyline of the Guild Pack come down again for Tomasz Dudzik. And I believe Tomasz going first here. Do we have a turn 1 play? I think I do see a Scion of Draco here, Bal.
Okay, that can be pretty big to start pressuring life totals. It also eventually gets him access to Stubborn Denial sooner to deal with one of the best cards in the format, which is Kozilek's Command.
Absolutely. And we see Tomasz just playing a Wooded Foothills here and fetching as we see Grove of the Bud and Willows coming down. That's going to add a green, gaining Dudzik 1 life to cast an Ancient Stirrings. So we're going to see Tomasz Sodomirski looking at the top 5 cards of his library. He can reveal a colorless card from among them and put them into his hand. Colorless cards do include lands, so pretty much anything in this deck is going to be available to him. I see him putting a Boseiju to the front of his grip. Perhaps that is what he is looking to get here. I don't know what other options he has, but it does look like there is a conversation to be had between that Boseiju and some other cards. But it looks like Boseiju is what he's eyeing up here. I think there might be a Glaring Flesh Raker and a Blade of the Blood Chief in that 5 as well. We're going to see what Sodomirski is going to get. He is going to get the Boseiju, valuing having an answer for that Leyline of the Guild Pact. I mean, how important is that card really in this matchup?
Well, it is good paired with Scion. Other than that, the players can easily achieve 5 domain with 2 lands, a Triumph and a regular shock land. So it's, I would say, mostly important if you eventually want to actually deal with their creatures, which can be relevant if they resolve a Clarion Conqueror and you need to kill it, but if Scion is in there, it has X proof and you cannot deal with it, so it can be really important to deal with that. And other than that, Boseiju can also deal with the Leyline binding that's coming into play, so it has quite good utility there. Oh.
Hello, we see Thundering Falls surveilling a Wrath of the Skies to the graveyard here. That's an interesting choice here.
Indeed, indeed. I would say, unless he's looking for something in particular, or kind of look like he has 1 in hand already, though, as his second card. But otherwise, yeah, maybe he's just trying to go more aggressive if he's just ditching it. But kind of looks like he has 1 in hand.
Perhaps he does. It looks like he's eyeing up whether to play an Arena of Glory or a Temple Garden. Looks like he's decided on the Arena of Glory, and he's going to exert that Arena of Glory now to cast a Scion for 2. That is going to have Vigilance, as the Leyline is going to give it every color. It also has Lifelink, it has Hexproof, it has First Strike, it has Trample, it's got absolutely everything. There is no way for Sodomirski to deal with this Scion of Draco.
Yep.
Without that Boseiju in hand, definitely not until that Leyline is gone. As we see Haywire might come down.
Okay.
So that is going to deal with the Leyline of the Guild Pact. And now Scion of Draco is going to be fair game for Tomasz Sodomirski. Sodomirski also gaining some life as well, due to the Haywire Might entering the graveyard due to his sacrifice ability. Now Tomasz, only with 2 domain. I see a Temple Garden in the hand. No way to get up to 5 domain here. Looks like he's eyeing up an attack with that Scion of Draco and goes for it. Sodomirski going down to 14 now. A lot of pressure coming down Sodomirski's side, but that Scion of Draco looking very vulnerable to the Boseiju.
Yeah, definitely.
Hand.
Not having that early crack from the Might, it's actually a good play because it puts Tomasz out of domain. Not that it matters for the creature already in play, but anything else that he wants to, like a Leyline Binding now is uncastable, and many other things become a bit harder to cast now.
We see another Grove of the Burn Willows coming down for Tomasz Soromicki, as we see another Ancient Stirrings that is going to allow Soromicki to dig much further within his deck, maybe find a copy of Basking Broodscale. Time is starting to run out for him here, as he's under a lot of pressure from Tomasz Dudziek's side. Perhaps that Urza Saga going to come in clutch. If we can find a Broodscale, we can maybe tutor for that Blade of the Blood Chief right now.
Yep. The Saga is a great card for this deck, of course, because it just gets you uncounterable Blade into play. Otherwise, a Stubborn Denial could just counter one that you attempt to cast.
Absolutely, and we see Emrakul being the get off of this Ancient Stirrings here. Only 3 types in the graveyard currently, so we're well off Emrakul coming down at this stage. Perhaps nothing else in the Ancient Stirrings that was relevant for Soromicki here, as we see Tomasz untapping and drawing for the turn. Let's not forget now that Boseiju is up for Soromicki.
Yep, and it's
uses it right now. So that is going to destroy the side of Draco, as it is an artifact that is going to allow Tomasz Dudziek for a land with a basic land type that could include shock lands, triomes, surveil lands, however he wants. It will enter onto the battlefield untapped unless an effect says it enters tapped, such as surveil lands, or say he doesn't want to pay 2 life for a shock land. Yep. And that will give him a little bit more mana to do things. I do see a Lightning Bolt in hand. I believe there may be a Fable of the Mirror Breaker as well for Tomasz Dudziek. So options still available to him. But he's going to have to get a move on, because Soromicki's deck does have the opportunity to threaten a kill as early as next turn, with Urza Saga potentially being about to tutor in a Blade of the Blood Chief.
Yep. Emrakul can also be, having it in hand can also be one of the outlets for the infinite mana. Not the I win now card, but it can wreak a lot of havoc if you manage to cast it this early and control Thomas next turn. So that's also probably a possibility why he chose it.
Absolutely, and we're going to see, it looks like we had a tiny little judge call there. Soromicki perhaps asking a question away from the table to a judge. But now, Tomasz Dudziek is looking through his library, deciding what land he wants to get. Is he going to get a surveil land? Might he want to get a triome here? Might he actually want to get something like a basic? No, goes within Dartha triome. Prioritizing getting that 5th land type for domain. Perhaps another Scion of Draco in his hand off the top of the grip. But we see him tapping down for 3. Is he going to play that Fable that we talked about? Yes, he is. A very powerful Goblin Shaman going to come down on the battlefield. Potentially going to get him even more mana over the next few turns. But Fable, a very powerful card that demands an answer.
Definitely. This will help him dig at the very least for something next turn. Discarding 2 unusable cards. And yeah. It can hopefully finding something to deal, because Thomas might just be doing something now. Let's see. Is that a Kozilek's Command in his hand?
I think I see 2 copies of Kozilek's Command.
Oh,
well, that's going to be pretty good for Soromicki, especially if this game goes longer. The more mana you have, the better Kozilek's Command gets. And we all know how good Kozilek's Command is in multiples.
Yep, definitely. Also, Saga hitting graveyard is an enchantment, so Boseiju was already there. We are now up to 5 types in the graveyard. And Command would add 2 more to that, 7. I believe it's the most he can do in his deck.
Let's not forget as well about Eldrazi Temple if that comes down. I know some of these decks also like to play Ugin's Labyrinth. We see another Urza Saga coming down for Soromicki. Perhaps no copies of Eldrazi Temple, but 2 copies of Kozilek's Command. And I think we're about to see one. So we're going to exile. We're going to exile that Goblin Shaman. No Goblin Shaman for you, my friend. And probably, at least I think, we're going to make some 0/1 Eldrazi spawns.
Yep. One of them already can be used for that Springleaf Drum. But if there's the Wrath of the Skies on Thomas' side that we thought we saw, it's gonna be crazy.
Ooh, hello. We see Malevolent Rumble now coming down. That's going to use up both of the Eldrazi spawns, but doing a little bit of shortcutting as the Malevolent Rumble does make one. I do see an Eldrazi temple, I see a Wooded Foothills, and I see 2 copies, well, of Glaring Fleshraker.
Yep. Looks like they are missing the Brute Scale to go off. Well, they are also, they didn't go for the sword now. I think they are banking on that Emrakul to resolve, because I believe they can cast it next turn easily.
So with the Eldrazi Temple in hand, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have creature, enchantment, land, kindred. Let's not forget about kindred now. That does count as a card type for cards like Emrakul. So creature, kindred, enchantment, land, artifact, sorcery.
Yep.
Is that 6 or 7 types?
I
lost count halfway through.
Yeah, my first count was 7, but yeah, somewhere in there. So, instant, sorcery, creature, artifact, kindred, land, and enchantment. That's 7.
I forgot about instant. Yeah, absolutely. That is 7 land types, which means that our Emrakul is going to cost a measly 6 mana. That's not a lot of mana for a card like Emrakul that can threaten to win the game on the spot, and we do know that Zodomishki does have access to one in hand. What is Tomasz Djurdjic going to do about this one? It looks like he has his back against the wall.
Yep. So looks like grabbing this. Looks like he's just running 1 surveyed land. Some lists run 2 to 3. The one we saw, I believe, was running Lush Portico as well, so maybe he's not running it, which could have helped. But he has the chapter now to discard and dig deeper. If I think his best out is maybe a Wrath of the Skies to gain one turn at the very least.
We did see Tomasz Djurdjic draw a lightning bolt off the top here. Fable Chapter 2 is going to come down, and we see discards a second Arena of Glory and that lightning bolt. Looks like a card like, perhaps Consigned to Memory is something that he is looking for here. As we see now, Tomasz just going to play a Nihil spell. That is big. That's a big deal.
Yep.
That is going to exile the graveyard and stop Emrakul from coming down next turn, a play that almost assuredly would have lost Djurdjic the game on his next turn. We're going to pay black and draw a card. We see Leyline Binding in the grip, and now copy of Territorial Kavu. This game isn't over yet, Bol.
Yep.
We thought it might be, but Tomasz has found what he needs to stop that Emrakul from coming down.
Yeah, he will have to dig a little bit longer and deeper with his K command. Already putting another 2 types in the yard, but yeah, his game plan of casting Emrakul was set back quite a lot.
Absolutely. And here's a Wear Tear. We're going to fuse that. You don't see that very often. We're going to double whammy hit that Springleaf Drum and hit the Urza Saga. That is going to cut Djurdjic off of a lot of mana here. Now we're going to see what Zodomishki is going to do about this. We see him putting the Eldrazi Temple to the front of his grip. Perhaps that will be the land drop for the turn. We know he has another copy of Kozilek's Command in his hand, and I believe there is a Walking Ballista hiding there somewhere as well. Walking Ballista perhaps not that useful right now, but Kozilek's Command still more than providing Zodomishki, with an opportunity to get back in this game, and I think we're going to see that Kozilek's Command come down for X equals 4 here. And now we're right back up to 5 card types in the graveyard. So we have enchantment, land, artifact, kindred, and instant.
Just that easy.
And now we're right back onto Emrakul mana for next turn, as Emrakul costing 8, and we have 8 mana. So Djurdjic again needs to find a way to stop this Emrakul from coming down on Zodomishki's side. If it comes down, the odds that he's going to lose are much higher.
Definitely. They have a leyline binding, so at the very least in the end step they could try to get rid of it. But what else? There was already land drop. But what else they might have in hand can be just used against them.
Absolutely. And now we're going to see Tomasz Dudek untapping and drawing for his turn. Can he find the means to put some pressure on? So we go to Fables Chapter 3 now. We're going to turn that into a reflection of Kiki-Jiki, a very powerful card. I think I see... What do I see? I think... Is that a Celestial Purge?
I saw another Kavu being drawn now. I'm sure what's the third and fourth card in their hand.
Be very curious as to why a Celestial Purge is currently in Tomasz Dudek's hand. So we see, ooh, 2 territorial Kavus coming down. Those are both hi-fis and both have haste. Thanks to the Arena of Glory, you can split that up. Now Leyline Binding is no longer on the table for Dudek.
Yeah, but it's going to remove 4 types from their...
Oh, of course, the attack trigger.
Yep.
Attack trigger going to exile the Urza Saga. First, what are we going to exile next? Are we going to exile that Kozilek's command? That's probably where you want to be.
I think so, unless you want to crazily top deck a consign to memory from a discard draw.
And of course, Dudek knows as well about the Emrakul in Zonomirski's hand. So it's really just, this game has turned all about finding ways to stop that Emrakul coming down, because he knows he's lost if it sticks around. So we see Kozilek's command and Urza Saga coming down. Once again, we've exiled most of the card types in the graveyard, if not all of them. Emrakul now costs 12. Zonomirski is probably only going to have 10 mana at most with another Eldrazi Temple. So Emrakul is sated for another turn. Is Zonomirski going to chump block here? He might be priced into doing so at 14 with 10 power coming in.
Yep.
We see he chump blocks once. It's going to take 5 and go down to 9. And now, both of those territorial Kavus together provide a lethal threat on the next turn. I believe Ancient Stirrings was the draw for Zonomirski. That's not bad if you're looking to dig in this situation. You know your back is against the wall. Your opponent has stopped you from casting an Emrakul twice now. You really need to find something to get into this game. I believe I see Malevolent Rumble. That you can't get that one, but I do see Blade of the Blood Chief as well. Is there something else to help him get into this game? It looks like Blade of the Blood Chief is going to be the get.
Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe a Scion of Draco is lethal because both Kavus gain trample. Well, sort of lethal, but they gaining trample can be pretty hard to deal with.
You can make a copy of a third Kavu with a reflection, right? So you have 3 5/5 hasty trampling Kavu. Yep. That with only 3 power on Sodek's board, that's probably going to seal the deal for Dudek. But he needs to have the Scion first, and I'm not sure he does.
Yeah, you would have to find it. Let's see. There's another Ancient Stirrings in their hand, but I believe they should go for another Stirrings to try to find another Kozilek's command, because otherwise it's going to be hard.
Yeah, with 2 Kozilek's command already used in this match, it's, and those weren't enough. Definitely looking for a third one here from Sodek's side. What are we seeing now? We see Blade of the Blood Chief coming down for Zonomirski. We're going to see that used to equip onto a Scion. What is that going to do for Sodek here?
I'm not... Oh, it's
here's a Nature's Claim. That's not bad. That's going to answer the reflection. Notably, I also believe that is going to put a counter on the Eldrazi spawn due to a creature dying.
True, that
looks like Zodek might have missed that.
The way he played, it looked like it was thoughtful, but maybe forgot that also triggers from their opponent's creatures dying. So
Absolutely, an unfortunate mistrigger there for Tomasz Sotomyski. We don't have any, all of these matches are pre-recorded. We do not have access to the judges for this tournament. We cannot correct any mistakes or mistriggers that are made. But we see Sotomyski passes the turn now. Ducek untaps and draws. That Arena of Glory was exerted last turn, so it does not untap during Ducek's untap step. What is the draw? I didn't see it. I think it's a stubborn denial, Paul.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Definitely, yep.
We're just going to swing in now with both of these, and we're just going to exile cards from the graveyard. Tomasz Ducek, recognizing that Emrakul is the biggest threat to his chances to win this game from here.
Yep, definitely. Keeping their graveyard really low.
And this is going to demand at least one chump block from Sotomyski here, as 2 5/5s coming in is going to be a lethal attack here. It looks like he just chump blocks with 1, goes down to 4, and I think he's missed another Blade of the Bloodchief trigger.
It looks like it.
That really isn't where you want to be. You really want to get all the triggers you can here. Looks like Ducek is counting the mana. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not going to allow you to cast an Emrakul on the next turn, even with an Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah.
Kozilek's command is no bueno anymore, as we know that Tomasz Ducek has access to that Stubborn Denial with Ferocious, which means we have a 1-mana negate. Perhaps Sotomyski can find a way to win this game still. That's another Grove of the Burn Willows. That's not what you wanted to see.
Yeah, this match. Oh, Ballista for
Ballista
1.
for 1. Interesting. I can see that, right? Perhaps he's, what about the Urza Saga? Do you think he's looking to make a construct here?
I guess to try to gain some, to gain a turn at the very least. I think he should equip Ballista to it. Yeah, so now the spawns.
Ooh, hello.
Pump Ballista.
That's quite strong. But, uh-oh. I think he's eyeing up a Leyline Binding here, Ball. I think we're going to see the Leyline Binding come out, and that's exactly what we see. That's going to hit the Walking Ballista. It's going to deal 1 damage to Ducek's face. Somehow, I think 29 to 28 isn't that big of a deal for Ducek. Leyline Binding going in the graveyard here. It should still be on the battlefield.
Yeah, usually yes.
It's a trigger on the stack to exile that Walking Ballista while the Leyline Binding is in play. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is the draw for Ducek. I'm not sure he needs it.
No, that's a lightning bolt as well, right?
Oh, right. You can kill the Eldrazi spawn
and connect for 5. Yeah. But there's still the option to do.
He's looking to play conservatively here. Hold on. Let's not forget about that Urza Saga, as that can make a construct. So,
yeah,
he is very much alive here.
That's why they didn't bolt it, because one way or the other there would be the construct being able to block.
And there we go. Looks like Ducek has recognized that his Leyline Binding should still be on the battlefield and not in his graveyard. Sorry, mate, can't use that to escape a Flage. As we see Fable come down now, we also have a construct as well. That's going to be a 2/2, as there are 2 artifacts currently in play. Are we going to bolt that construct to prevent it from growing? Is Ducek? I don't think so yet. Now we see a construct going to be made now from Sotomyski's side. Both are now 3/3s.
Yeah, that bolt is just allowing him not to lose the game to a random broad scale just coming, so he's pretty safe.
I guess that's his primary concern at the moment, right?
Yeah, a top decked broad scale now would be, at the very least, infinite mana into the Emrakul we know they have in hand, so...
So we see enchantment land in the graveyard now for Zodomishki. We see that bolt coming down now before the search.
Interesting.
Perhaps Zodomishki looking to have as few blockers as possible, but that is enough. Zodomishki is going to pack it in, and we are tied 1-1.
Yep.
We're headed to a deciding game to decide who amongst Tomasz Jurczyk and Tomasz Sodomishki is going to make it to the top 8 of this tournament.
Pretty back and forth match. Really well fought by Tomasz, choosing the to keep the well playing by keeping the graveyard really low with those Kavus.
Absolutely.
Looks like
Tomasz Jurczyk, the whole of game 2, just needing to stop Emrakul from coming into play. Sonic had the mana to cast an Emrakul on his turn and win the game on the spot. And Tomasz had to dig for ways to stop that Emrakul from coming down. Exile your graveyard. Get as many card types out of your graveyard as possible. Make that Emrakul cost as much as it possibly can while applying a bunch of pressure. And Arena of Glory was a big part in allowing him to seal that by hasting those 2 territorial Kavus on the turn that he needed to answer that graveyard.
Exactly. Literally, that had he not done that, he would have been controlled by Emrakul, no questions asked.
Absolutely. And, Jurczyk playing that very well, playing to his outs, figuring it out, finding a way to stop that Emrakul and apply as much pressure as possible. Zodomishki, from a position of great strength, having the 8 mana, having a 6 mana Emrakul with 7 types in the graveyard, he had all the types he needed. To lose from that position to, the Nihil Spellbomb off the top, exiling the graveyard, drawing a card, to Arena of Glory hasting both of those territorial Kavus. Suddenly there's 10 power coming on the side of the battlefield. Zodomishki is under immense pressure. There's not very much he can do about it, and just not finding a way to close it out and end the game.
Yeah, really backed up. Really good top decks, really well piloted, not committing. He had drawn the Kavu a turn earlier but didn't play it. It was pretty well piloted, and we still saw some more sideboarding done by them. I believe they took out some ley lines out because sometimes it's just a dead card when you draw it. So yeah, you can easily achieve the domain without it. So good choice. But it seems like they're mulliganing again.
Absolutely. It looks like the Zoo player is mulliganing. Zoo, a deck that probably is less happy to mulligan than the creature combo deck with a bunch of searching spells, right?
Yeah. Zoo is it's somewhat of a straightforward mid-rangey aggro deck, I would say. It will just put up creature after creature after creature, deal with these, or I'm gonna kill you quickly, and I still have a lot of removal. Oh, Multi 5.
A Multi 5, that is not what you want to see as the Zoo player against a deck like Broodscale. Broodscale has a lot of means to interact with you, and you really want to have that critical mass of pressure and interaction to both stop the Broodscale player from doing their thing, and also just allowing you to pressure their life total, because if you don't do that, you're just going to lose.
Yeah, if you just give them the time, no pressure, they just can steamroll you slowly. Like, the pressure needs to be there.
Absolutely, and Tomasz with a Multi 5, maybe facing an uphill battle already. So we see him draw his third 7 of the game. I see Territorial Kavu, I see a couple of lands. I do see a sign of Draco as well. Do I see a leyline of the Guild Pact? I don't know that I do. We'll find out very quickly if he has one. And no, he doesn't. So we see Blade of the Blood Chief coming down off an Eldrazi Temple for Sonic on turn 1. And we see Wooded Foothills coming down from Dutchek's side. And Wooded Foothills from Sodomishki's side. Snap, he says, as he searches up a basic forest. He's going to use that to cast a Malevolent Rumble. We're going to look at the top 4, get a permanent card, and we're going to make an Eldrazi spawn. Kozilek's Command, unfortunately, you can't get that one, but a second Blade of the Blood Chief, yes please, says Sodic. Now we have a bunch of card types in the graveyard as well. Emrakul looking pretty cheap right out of the gate. Does Dutchek have something to do about this? He's going to crack that Wooded Foothills. It looks like he's going to get on Dartha Triome, apologies. And it's going to come down. Perhaps Dutchek looking for that turn 2 sign of Draco to apply a bunch of pressure. So we see Steam Vents off the top.
Oh.
That's like the perfect draw, right?
Yeah, if he doesn't have any other fetch, that is...
That's exactly what the Doctor ordered. As we see Territorial Kavu coming down on turn 2. That's going to be a 5/5 immediately, as we have all 5 basic land types on the battlefield.
Oh, this can be game.
But here's Brute Scale.
Ooh. Yep.
That's just a Brute Scale.
That's
Is
kind
he
of...
dead?
At least a infinite mana, at the very least.
At least infinite mana, but does Sodic have...
He needs the outlet.
And there's the second blade. That's going to equip.
And then do the infinite science. There is an out now after sideboarding with the Wrath of the Skies.
This game isn't over yet. Dutchek does have the means to deal with this board if there is no Flaring Flare-Shaker. That's going to seal the deal here.
Yep.
An absolutely brilliant game 2 here, but a Multify from Tomasz Dutchek is going to spell his end. Tomasz Soromirski is going to take this match down 2-1. He's going to lock himself into that top 8. And he's going to lock himself an invite to the European Magic Cup in Bologna early next year. Bal, what a match to round out the Swiss portion of this tournament.
Definitely, that was crazy. That game 2 was really well played by the Zoo player, but game 3 just shows how fast Brute Scale deck can be. And EU tap out, there was the sword already there. One could say not to tap out, at the very least to make him play a little bit more conservatively. But sometimes if you don't have it, will you bluff it or not? Will you just hope that they do not have it as well? It's hard to say.
I think from that position, if you're Tomasz Dutchek, you have to think about, right, what do I need to do right now? I'm on a multi-5. My opponent is kept to 7. My opponent's clock is really fast sometimes. If I don't have the interaction, I just have to race. So playing that turn 2 Territorial Kavu, perhaps from his perspective in the context, of what he needs to do and what he thinks his opponent has, is absolutely the right thing to do. But obviously we know that he has that very fast turn 3 kill with the Brood Scale, the 2 copies of the Blade of the Blood Chief, making infinite Scions, and then the Glittering Fleshraker as well. I'm not convinced that there was that much that Dutchek could do about what was going on in that game. Very unfortunate draw for him in game 3. And after that, absolutely marvelous game 2, where he had his back against the wall multiple times. Emrakul was about to come down, and he finds the perfect means to stop that Emrakul from entering the battlefield and losing the game on the spot. Managing to find the line to apply that pressure, and while stopping Emrakul from just ending the game on the spot, giving himself a chance to play for that top 8 spot in that third game. The fact that he even gave himself that chance is, brilliant. It was a masterstroke from him, that second game, and I think looking back, he'll be very happy on how that game 2 went.
Definitely, that was really well piloted, knowing what he was up against, and he took the best decisions he could have taken, and it gave him the win there. definitely well played.
Absolutely. Well, that does it for the Swiss portion of the Polish national qualifier, the European Unity League. I'm Lucifer. That's Bal. Wrong way. That's Bal. He's over here. We're going to take a very short break, and when we come back, we will have the quarterfinals ready to go for you. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you very soon.
Yep, just a quick thing. It might be that we might need to restart the stream. So due to limitations to our broadcasting service, so if it happens and you see us offline, we will restart it for the portion of the top 8 cut, of course. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.